Hello, welcome, welcome one and all to one of my first reading streams, I think. Like my first just chatting stream, you know? So, very exciting, very exciting. Soothing storytelling doesn't put you to sleep. Yeah, I hope not. I hope it doesn't, because I do plan on actually playing a game after, so we will see how long all this takes. I did test my reading narration skills, mind you. Last night, I practiced reading Cellophase, as well as Dagon or Dagon. I don't know how the pronunciation works. Yes, I read those two last night. Good length, and yeah, I hope I can read everyone's requested or preferred story. So yes, welcome in. Hello, Sleepy Snake. Hello, Emma. Hello, Kath. It is fantastic to see you. I'm overjoyed to see you here with me. Without further ado, let's enter the fray. Let's enter the fray. Oop. Hello. It appears we are in a spooky forest, perfect for spooky times. I just finished murdering evil people. Let's clean that off. Yeah, since we're weary from our travels and the sun is peeking through the treetops, let's sit down and enjoy a story, why don't we? Yeah, thematic. Yes, I'm glad you I'm glad you enjoy. All right. So, I picked out 5 Lovecraft stories, each with varying lengths, and so I hope you enjoy them. For this stream, I've chosen Cool Air. I've chosen The Color Out of Space. I've chosen The Call of Cthulhu, of course, classic. I've chosen The Music of Eric Zahn. And of course, to finish it off, I mean, I gotta end with the Bloodborne one, The Shadow over Innsmouth. I think those are a fine selection. And if anyone has any beef with my choices, then raw XD to you. I will do another reading stream for other Lovecraft stories in the future. So, yes. Alright. So I suppose I should begin already. It is very hot in my room. I am dying of heat, so I may have to I have a full glass of water, but I may have to get a refill with how hot it is. Yes, indeed, very hot. Alright. Alright. So without further ado, let us begin with Cool Air. For context, contextually, I think it's important to say the year and when it was written, because all of them have a wide gap in varying years. So Cool Air in particular was written March 1926. Yeah, you'll find out that they're years and years apart, which is interesting. Throughout H.P. Lovecraft's life cycle. Anyway, I will not delay. Just in time, my food just got here. Excellent. I'm happy enough that we'll hear the Call of Cthulhu. Heck yeah. I mean, I gotta. It's a classic. It's one of the most classic ones. So we'll begin with Cool Air. Cool Air by H.P. Lovecraft. Wow. Gotta get in comfy position. You ask me to explain why I'm afraid of a draught of cool air, why I shiver more than others upon entering a cold room. and seem nauseated and repelled when the chill of evening creeps through the heat of a mild autumn day. There are those who say I respond to cold as others do to a bad odor, and I am the last to deny the impression. What I will do is to relate the most horrible circumstance I have ever encountered, and leave it to you to judge whether or not this forms a suitable explanation of my peculiarity. It is a mistake to fancy that horror is associated inextricably with darkness, silence, and solitude. I found it in the glare of mid-afternoon, in the clangor of a metropolis, and in the teeming midst of a shabby and commonplace rooming house, with a prosaic landlady and two stalwart men by my side. In the spring of 1923, I had secured some dreary and unprofitable magazine work in the city of New York, and being unable to pay any substantial rent, began drifting from one cheap boarding establishment to another in search of a room which might combine the qualities of decent cleanliness, endurable furnishings, and a very reasonable price. It soon developed that I had only a choice between different evils, but after a time I came upon a house in West 14th Street which disgusted me much less than the others I had sampled. Thank you for the head pats, Moon Moon. Thank you. Oh yeah, by the way, I added new sound alerts, by the way, for those who are wondering. So feel free to test them out at any time. I don't mind. The place was a 4-story mansion of brownstone, dating apparently from the late 40s, and fitted with woodwork and marble whose stained and sullied splendor argued a descent from high levels of tasteful opulence. In the rooms, large and lofty, and decorated with impossible paper and ridiculously ornate stucco cornices, there lingered a depressing mustiness and hint of obscure cookery, but the floors were clean, the linen tolerably regular, and the hot water not too often cold or turned off, so that I came to regard it as, at least, a bearable space to hibernate till one might really live again. The landlady, a slatternly, almost bearded Spanish woman named Herrero, did not annoy me with gossip or with criticisms of the late burning electric light in my third-floor front hall room. And my few lodgers were as quiet and uncommunicative as one might desire, being mostly Spaniards, a little above the coarsest and crudest grade. Or coarsest. Wow, I don't know why I said that word. And crudest grade. Only the din of street cars in the thoroughfare below proved a serious annoyance. I'd been there about 3 weeks when the first odd incident occurred. One evening at about 8, I heard a spattering on the floor and became suddenly aware that I had been smelling the pungent odor of ammonia for some time. Looking about, I saw that the ceiling was wet and dripping, the soaking apparently proceeding from a corner on the side toward the street. Anxious to stop the matter at its source, I hastened to the basement to tell the landlady, and was assured by her that the trouble would quickly be set right. "Dr. Munoz," she cried as she rushed upstairs ahead of me. "He have spilled his chemicals. He is to seek for doctor himself, seeker and seeker all the time, but he will not have no other for help. He is very queer and in his sickness. All day he take funny smelling baths, and he cannot get excite or warm. All his own housework he do. His little room are full of bottles and machines, and he do not work as doctor, but he was great once. My father in Barcelona have hear of him, and only just now he fix a arm of the plumber that get hurt of sudden. He never go out, only on roof. And my boy Esteban, he bring him his food and laundry and medicines and chemicals. My God, the sal ammoniac that man use for keep him cool. Miss Herrero disappeared up the staircase to the 4th floor, and I returned to my room. The ammonia ceased to drip, and as I cleaned up what had spilled and opened the window for air, I heard the landlady's heavy footsteps above me. Dr. Munoz I had never heard, save for certain sounds as of some gasoline-driven mechanism, since his step was soft and gentle. I wonder for a moment what the strange affliction of this man might be, and whether his obstinate refusal of outside aid were not the result of a rather baseless eccentricity. There is, I reflected tritely, an infinite deal of pathos in the state of an eminent person who has come down in the world. I might never have known Dr. Munoz had it not been for the heart attack that suddenly seized me one forenoon as I sat writing in my room. Physicians had told me of the danger of those spells, and I knew there was no time to be lost. So remembering what the landlady had said about the invalid's help of the injured workman, I dragged myself upstairs and knocked feebly at the door above mine. My knock was answered in good English by a curious voice some distance to the right, asking my name and business. And these things being stated, there came an opening of the door next to the one I had sought. A rush of cool air greeted me, and though the day was one of the hottest of late June, relatable, I shivered as I crossed the threshold into a large apartment whose rich and tasteful decoration surprised me in this nest of squalor and seediness. A folding couch now filled its diurnal role of a sofa, and the mahogany furniture, sumptuous hangings of old paintings, and mellow bookshelves all bespoke a gentleman's study rather than a boarding house bedroom. I now saw that the hall room above mine, the Lidl room of bottles and machines which Miss Herrero had mentioned, was merely the laboratory of the doctor, and that his main living quarters lay in the spacious adjoining room, whose convenient alcoves and large contiguous bathroom permitted him to hide all dressers and obtrusive utilitarian devices. Dr. Munoz, most certainly, was a man of birth, cultivation, and discrimination. The figure before me was short but exquisitely proportioned, and clad in somewhat formal dress of perfectly cut and fit. A high-bred face of masterful though not arrogant expression was adorned by a short iron gray full beard, and an old-fashioned pince-nez shielded in the full dark eyes, and surmounted an aquiline nose which gave a Moorish touch to a physiognomy, otherwise dominantly Celtiberian. Thick, well-trimmed hair that argued the punctual calls of a barber was parted gracefully above a high forehead, and the whole picture was one of striking intelligence and superior blood and breeding. Nevertheless, as I saw Dr. Munoz in a blast of cool air, I felt a repugnance which nothing in his aspect could justify. Only his lividly inclined complexion and coldness of touch could have afforded a physical basis for this feeling. and even these things should have been excusable considering the man's known invalidism. It might, too, have been the singular cold that alienated me. For such chilliness was abnormal on so hot a day, and the abnormal always excites aversion, distrust, and fear. But repugnance was soon forgotten in admiration, for the strange physician's extreme skill at once became manifest, despite the ice coldness and shakiness of his bloodless-looking hands. He clearly understood my needs at a glance, and ministered to them with a master's deftness, the while reassuring me in a finely modulated, though oddly hollow and timbreless voice, that he was the bitterest of sworn enemies to death, and had sunk his fortune and lost all his friends in a lifetime of bizarre experiment devoted to its bafflement and extirpation. Something of the benevolent fanatic seemed to reside in him, and he rambled on almost garrulously as he sounded my chest and mixed a suitable draught of drugs fetched from the smaller laboratory room. Evidently, he found the society of a well-born man a rare novelty in this dingy environment, and was moved to unaccustomed speech as memories of better days surged over him. His voice, if queer, was at least soothing, and I could not even perceive that he breathed as the fluent sentences rolled urbanely out. He sought to distract my mind from my own seizure by speaking of his theories and experiments, and I remember his tactfully consoling me about my weak heart by insisting that will and consciousness are stronger than organic life itself, so that if a bodily frame be but originally healthy and carefully preserved, it may, through a scientific enhancement of these qualities, retain a kind of nervous animation despite the most serious impairments, defects, or even absences in the battery of specific organs. He might, he half-jestingly said, some day teach me to live, or at least to possess some kind of conscious existence, without any heart at all. For his part, he was afflicted with a complication of maladies requiring a very exact regimen, which included constant cold. Any marked rise in temperature might, if prolonged, affect him fatally, and the frigidity of his habitation, some 55 or 56 degrees Fahrenheit, was maintained by an absorption system of ammonia cooling, the gasoline engine of whose pumps I'd often heard in my own room below. Relieved of my seizure in a marvelously short while, I left the shivery place, a disciple and devotee of the gifted recluse. After that, I paid him frequent overcoated calls, listening while he told of secret researches and almost ghastly results, and trembling a bit when I examined the unconventional and astonishingly ancient volumes on his shelves. I was eventually, I may add, almost cured of my disease for all time by his skillful ministrations. It seems that he did not scorn the incantations of the medievalists, since he believed these cryptic formulae to contain rare psychological stimuli might conceivably have singular effects on the substance of a nervous nervous system from which organic pulsations had fled. I was touched by his account of the aged Dr. Torres of Valencia, who had shared his early experiments with him through the great illness of 18 years before, whence his present disorders proceeded. No sooner had the venerable practitioner saved his colleague than he himself succumbed to the grim enemy he had fought. Perhaps the strain had been too great, For Dr. Munoz made it whisperingly clear, though not in detail, that the methods of healing had been most extraordinary, involving scenes and processes not welcomed by elderly and conservative Galens. As the weeks passed, I observed with regret that my new friend was indeed slowly, but unmistakably, losing ground physically. As Miss Herrero had suggested, the livid aspect of his countenance was intensified. His voice became more hollow and indistinct. His muscular motions were less perfectly coordinated, and his mind and will displayed less resilience and initiative. Of this sad change he seemed by no means unaware, and little by little his expression and conversation. Praise the sun! Hello, Green, welcome in. Kevin! Just a ghost looking for my eldritch horror girlfriend. You can ignore me. Hell yeah. Nice, nice. Thank you for your 5-month sub. Kevin! I love you, Kevin! Big ups, big ups. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate your continued support. I'll take a sip of my drink while I wait. In the meantime, enjoy some crowing meows in the meantime. Excellent. Okay. All right, where was I? I'm gonna reread the before sentence. The livid aspect of his countenance was intensified. His voice became more hollow and indistinct. His muscular motions were less perfectly coordinated, and his mind and will displayed less resilience and initiative. Of this sad change he seemed by no means unaware, and little by little his expression and conversation both took on a gruesome irony which restored in me something of the subtle repulsion I had originally felt. He developed strange caprices, acquiring a fondness for exotic spices and Egyptian incense till his room smelled like the vault of a sepultured pharaoh in the Valley of Kings. At the same time, his demands for cold air increased, and with my aid, he amplified the ammonia piping of his room and modified the pumps and feed of his refrigerating machine till he could keep the temperature as low as 34 degrees or 40 degrees, and finally, even 28 degrees. The bathroom and laboratory, of course, being less chilled in order that water might not freeze and that chemical processes might not be impeded. The tenant adjoining him complained of the icy air from around the connecting door, so I helped him fit heavy hangings to obviate the difficulty. A kind of growing horror of outre and morbid cast seemed to possess him. He talked of death incessantly, but laughed hollowly when such things as burial or funeral arrangements were gently suggested. All in all, he became a disconcerting and even gruesome companion. Yet in my gratitude for his healing, I could not well abandon him to the strangers around him, and was careful to dust his room and attend to his needs each day. Muffled in a heavy ulster, which I bought especially for the purpose. I likewise did much of his shopping, and gasped in bafflement at some of the chemicals he ordered from druggists and laboratory supply houses. An increasing and unexplained atmosphere of panic seemed to rise around his apartment. The whole house, as I've said, had a musty odor, but the smell in his room was worse, and in spite of all the spices and incense, and the pungent chemicals of the now incessant baths which he insisted on taking unaided, I perceived that it must be connected with his ailment, and shuddered when I reflected on what that ailment might be. Miss Herrero crossed herself when she looked at him, and gave him up unreservedly to me. not even letting her son Esteban continue to run errands for him. When I suggested other physicians, the sufferer would fly into as much of a rage as he seemed to dare entertain. He evidently feared the physical effect of violent emotion, yet his will and driving force waxed rather than waned, and he refused to be confined to his bed. The lassitude of his earlier ill days gave place to a return of his fiery purpose, so that he seemed about to hurl defiance at the death daemon, even as that ancient enemy seized him. The pretense of eating, always curiously like a formality with him, he virtually abandoned, and mental power alone appeared to keep him from total collapse. He acquired a habit of writing long documents of some sort, which he carefully sealed and filled with injunctions that I transmit them after his death to certain persons whom he named. For the most part, lettered East Indians, but including a once celebrated French physician, now generally thought dead, and about whom the most inconceivable things have been whispered. As it happened, I burned all these papers undelivered and unopened. His aspect and voice became utterly frightful, and his presence almost unbearable. One September day, an unexpected glimpse of him induced an epileptic fit in a man who had come to repair his electric desk lamp. A fit for which he described effectively whilst keeping himself well out of sight. That man, oddly enough, had been through the terrors of the Great War without having incurred any fright so thorough. Then, in the middle of October, the horror of horrors came with stupefying suddenness. One night, about 11, the pump of the refrigerating machine broke down, so that within 3 hours, the process of ammonia cooling became impossible. Dr. Munoz summoned me by thumping on the door, and I worked desperately to repair the injury, while my host cursed in a tone whose lifeless, rattling hollowness surpassed description. My amateur efforts, however, proved of no use, and when I had brought in a mechanic from a neighboring all-night garage, we learned that nothing could be done till morning, when a new piston would have to be obtained. The moribund hermit's rage and fear, swelling in grotesque proportions, seemed likely to shatter what remained of his failing physique, and once a spasm caused him to clap his hands to his eyes and rush into the bathroom. He groped his way out with a face tightly bandaged, and I never saw his eyes again. The frigidity of the apartment was now sensibly diminishing, and at about 5 a.m., the doctor retired to the bathroom, commanding me to keep him supplied with all the ice I could obtain at all-night drugstores and cafeterias. As I would return from my sometimes discouraging trips and lay my spoils before the closed bathroom door, I could hear a restless splashing within, and a thick voice croaking out the order for more. At length a warm day broke, and the shops opened one by one. I asked Esteban either to help with the ice fetching whilst I obtained the pump piston, or to order the piston while I continued with the ice. But instructed by his mother, he absolutely refused. Finally, I hired a seedy-looking loafer, whom I encountered on the corner of 8th Avenue, to keep the patient supplied with ice from a little shop where I introduced him, and applied myself diligently to the task of finding a pump piston and engaging workmen competent to install it. The task seemed interminable, and I raged almost as violently as the hermit when I saw the hours slipping by in a breathless, foodless round of vain telephoning, and a hectic quest from place to place, hither and thither, by subway and surface car. About noon, I encountered a suitable supply house far downtown, and at approximately 1:30 p.m., arrived at my boarding place with the necessary paraphernalia and two sturdy, intelligent mechanics. I had done all I could, and hoped I was in time. Black terror, however, had preceded me. The house was in utter turmoil, and above the clatter of odd voices I heard a man praying in a deep basso. Give me one moment, my nightlight turned on. Gosh dang it. There we go. Fiendish things were in the air, and lodgers told over the beads of their rosaries as they caught the odor from beneath the doctor's closed door. The lounger I'd hired, it seems, had fled screaming and mad-eyed not long after his second delivery of ice. Perhaps as a result of excessive curiosity, he could not, of course, have locked the door behind him, yet it was now fastened, presumably from the inside. There was no sound within save a nameless sort of slow, thick dripping. Briefly consulting with Miss Herrero and the workmen, despite a fear that gnawed my inmost soul, I advised the breaking down of the door. But the landlady found a way to turn the key from the outside with some wire device. We had previously opened the doors of all the other rooms on that hall, and flung all the windows to the very top. Now, noses protected by handkerchiefs, we tremblingly invaded the accursed south room, which blazed with the warm sun of early afternoon. A kind of dark, slimy trail led from the open bathroom door to the hall door, and thence to the desk, where a terrible little pool had accumulated. Something was scrawled there in pencil in an awful blind hand on a piece of paper hideously smeared as though by the very claws that traced the hurried last words. Then the trail led to the couch and ended inexorably. What was, or had been, on the couch I cannot and dare not say here. But this is what I shiveringly puzzled out on the stickily smeared paper before I drew a match and burned it to a crisp. What I puzzled out in terror as the landlady and two mechanics rushed frantically from that hellish place to babble their incoherent stories at the nearest police station. The nauseous words seemed well nigh incredible in that yellow sunlight. With the clatter of cars and motor trucks ascending clamorously from crowded 14th Street. Yet I confess that I believed them then. Whether I believe them now, I honestly do not know. There are things about which it is better not to speculate, and all I can say is that I hate the smell of ammonia, and grow faint at a draught of unusually cool air. The end, ran that noisome scrawl, is here. No more ice. The man looked and ran away. Warmer every minute, and the tissues can't last. I fancy, you know, what I said about the will and the nerves and the preserved body after the organs ceased to work. It was good theory, but couldn't keep up indefinitely. There was a gradual deterioration I had not foreseen. Dr. Torres knew, but the shock killed him. He couldn't stand what he had to do. He had to get me in a strange, dark place when he minded my letter and nursed me back. And the organs never would work again. It had to be done my way. Artificial preservation. For you see, I died that time 18 years ago. And that was Cool Air. I hope you enjoyed that. That was really good. That was really good. That was really good. Nice, 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 nice. Whoa, I love that ending. That was good. Wow. That was good. That was good. Let me turn on my lights. It's gotten very dark. Very spooky. Meow meow meow. I'll be honest, my brain couldn't process like half of that since there were too many big words. But it's nice just hearing you read. I'm sorry. I wish I could translate. Like I understand what's being said. It is hard to grasp though, for sure. It does take me a bit to put it in my mind. Freaky ending. It was freaky. It was like I really like that ending. I guess to summarize from what I know is that the whole time the main protagonist was communicating with someone who was dead and was composed of organs that were bound to rot away if they weren't cooled enough, you know? And so yeah, as days go by, the organs deteriorated more and more, and this doctor uh needed to cool his entire house because he couldn't go outside because the sun would absolutely, without a doubt, completely melt the man. So he had to just endlessly stay in his cool house, cool apartment block or whatever. And yeah, the machine broke, and my goodness. That physician tried to cool himself with as much ice as he could, but the repairs were too far delayed. And what is curious to me is the end result of the physician. Obviously he went into a panic when all his ice melted, right? This is just while the others were doing the errands, you know, getting the mechanics, getting the missing piston for the machine. The sheer panic from, I assume, bathtub, right? It wasn't said, but I assume he went into the bathtub and filled it with ice. Once all the ice melted, he rushed from the bathroom to the bedroom and then to the desk where he wrote his last note, which is the ending paragraph here. And then he went to the couch, and the path that was clearly indicated by the slimy ooze that he left from bathroom to bedroom to desk to couch, I presume, is literally the fluids from his organs melting before him. So what was curious to me is the end result, because what was on the couch in the end if he was completely decomposed? Was it like, did he become an abomination of some kind, or did he just look like he was completely fleshy deterioration. It doesn't really say. That's creepy. Yeah. Artificial preservation. No, don't apologize. If anything, it's kind of good since it makes me use context clues and gets those brain juices flowing. Heck yeah. Yeah, what did you guys think? That's my interpretation. The protagonist was very generous. I assume he was amazed by the physician and how quickly he helped heal the main protagonist when he was ill from his heart attack, because he saved his life. I'm assuming from that heart attack save, he extended his gratitude by helping this this physician. I'm also curious as to why Esteban and the Spaniard lady did not want anything to do with Dr. Munoz anymore. Miss Herrero, that's her name. That's her name. Like, did they know all along, or like as soon as they found out, did they just want nothing to do with him? I don't know. Interesting. A lot of questions. A lot of questions. Notice that Lovecraft really likes to use the word pungent. Yeah. And as well as queer. You'll notice Lovecraft definitely uses the word queer a lot to describe happiness or joy. Really cool. Nice. Really, really amazing writing though. Like, I wish that everything was written this way, you know? Like, I wish I could read everything online like this. And I know that's very, like, why would you want that? It's so, all these technical words. But I love words, like, extirpation. Let's pull out the definition for expertation. No, not expiration, expertation. Or is it just misspelled? Extirpation, sorry. Sorry, I'm even said it. To destroy completely, wipe out. To pull up by the root. To cut out by surgery. Really good word. The beautiful written words put in by Lovecraft tickles my horror brain. Yes. I'm learning new words. Let's go. Yeah. Timberless. Yeah, just really, really lovely words. I like. Alright. So, next one. I think that was the shortest of them all. Let's see. Let's do the color out of space next. One was written in 1927, September of 1927. Take a sip. This was written a year later. Alright. Alright. Wow. Get comfy again. The color out of space. West of Arkham, the hills rise wild, and there are valleys with deep woods that no axe has ever cut. There are dark, narrow glens where the trees slope fantastically, and where thin brooklets trickle without ever having caught the glint of sunlight. On the gentle slopes there are farms, ancient and rocky, with squat, moss-coated cottages brooding eternally over old New England secrets in the lee of great ledges. But these are all vacant now. the wide chimneys crumbling and the shingled sides bulging perilously beneath low gambrel roofs. The old folk have gone away, and foreigners do not like to live there. French Canadians have tried it, Italians have tried it, and the Poles have come and departed. It is not because of anything that can be seen or heard or handled, but because of something that is imagined. The place is not good for imagination, and does not bring restful dreams at night. It must be this which keeps the foreigners away, for old Emmy Pierce has never told them of anything he recalls from the strange days. Emmy, whose head has been a little queer for years, there it is the only one who still remains, or whoever talks of the strange days, and he dares to do this because his house is so near the open fields and the traveled roads around Arkham. There was once a road over the hills and through the valleys that ran straight where the blasted heath is now, but people ceased to use it, and a new road was laid curving far toward the south. Traces of the old one can still be found amidst the weeds of a returning wilderness, and some of them will doubtless linger even when half of the hollows are flooded for the new reservoir. Then the dark woods will be cut down, and blasted heath will slumber far below blue waters, whose surface will mirror the sky and ripple in the sun. And the secrets of the strange days will be one with the deep's secrets, one with the hidden lore of old ocean, and all the mystery of primal earth. When I went into the hills and vales to survey for the new reservoir, they told me the place was evil. They told me this in Arkham, and because this is a very old town full of witch legends, I thought the evil must be something which Grandams had whispered to children through centuries. The name Blasted Heath seemed to me very odd and theatrical, and I wondered how it had come into the folklore of a Puritan people. Then I saw that dark westward tangle of glens and slopes for myself, and ceased to wonder at anything beside its own elder mystery. It was morning when I saw it, but shadow lurked always there. The trees grew too thickly, and their trunks were too big for any healthy New England wood. There was too much silence in the dim alleys between them, and the floor was too soft with the dank moss and mattings of infinite years of decay. In the open spaces, mostly along the lines of the old road, there were little hillside farms, sometimes with all the buildings standing, sometimes with only with only one or two, and sometimes with only a lone chimney or fast-filling cellar. Weeds and briars reigned, and furtive wild things rustled in the undergrowth. Upon everything was a haze of restlessness and oppression, a touch of the unreal and the grotesque, as if some vital element of perspective, or chiaroscuro, were Ari. I did not wonder that the foreigners would not stay, for this was no region to sleep in. It was too much like a landscape of Salvator Rosa, too much like some forbidden woodcut in a tale of terror. But even all this was not so bad as the blasted heath. I knew it the moment I came upon it, at the bottom of a spacious valley. For no other name could fit such a thing, or any other thing fit such a name. It was as if the poet had coined the phrase from having seen this one particular region. It must, I thought as I viewed it, be the outcome of a fire. But why had nothing new ever grown over these 5 acres of gray desolation that sprawled open to the sky like a great spot eaten by acid in the woods and fields? It lay largely to the north of the ancient road line, but encroached a little on the other side. I felt an odd reluctance about approaching, and did so at last only because my business took me through and past it. There was no vegetation of any kind on that broad expanse, but only a fine gray dust or ash which no wind seemed to ever blow about. The trees near it were sickly and stunted, and many dead trunks stood or lay rotting at the rim. As I walked hurriedly by, I saw the tumbled bricks and stones of an old chimney and cellar on my right, and the yawning black maw of an abandoned well, whose stagnant vapors played strange tricks with the hues of the sunlight. Even the long, dark woodland climb beyond seemed welcome in contrast, and I marveled no more at the frightened whispers of Arkham people. There had been no house or ruin near. Even in the old days, the place must have been lonely and remote. And at twilight, dreading to repass that ominous spot, I walked circuitously back to the town by the curious road on the south. I vaguely wished some clouds would gather, for an odd timidity about the deep skyey voids above had crept into my soul. In the evening, I asked old people in Arkham about the blasted heath, and what was meant by that phrase, strange days, which so many evasively muttered. I could not, however, get any good answers, except that all the mystery was much more recent than I had dreamed. It was not a matter of old legendary at all, but something within the lifetime of those who spoke. It had happened in the 80s, and the family had disappeared or was killed. Speakers would not be exact, and because they all told me to pay no attention to old Amy Pierce's crazy tales, I sought him out the next morning. Having heard that he lived alone in the ancient, tottering cottage where the trees first begin to get very thick. It was a fearsomely ancient place, and had begun to exude the faint miasmal odor which clings about houses that have stood too long. Only with persistent knocking could I rouse the aged man, and when he shuffled timidly to the door, could tell he was not glad to see me. He was not so feeble as I had expected, but his eyes drooped in a curious way, and his unkempt clothing and white beard made him seem very worn and dismal. Not knowing just how he could best be launched on his tales, I feigned a matter of business, told him of my surveying, and asked vague questions about the district. He was far brighter and more educated than I'd been led to think, and before I knew it, it had gramped quite as much of the subject as any man I had talked with in Arkham. He was not like other rustics I had known in the sections where reservoirs were to be. From him there were no protests at the miles of old wood and the farmland to be blotted out, though perhaps there would Though perhaps there would have had not there had been had not his home lain outside the bounds of the future lake. Relief was all that he showed, relief at the doom of the dark ancient valleys through which he had roamed all his life. They were better underwater now, better underwater since the strange days, and with this opening his husky voice sank low, while his body leaned forward, and his right forefinger began to point shakily and impressively. It was then that I heard the story. Hey Ren, welcome in. We're reading H.P. Lovecraft. We're reading The Color Out of Space. I hope you enjoy. Take a sip of water, actually. It was then that I heard the story, and as the rambling voice scraped and whispered on, I shivered again and again, despite the summer day. Often I had to recall the speaker from ramblings, piece out scientific points which he knew only by a fading parrot memory of professors' talk, or bridge over gaps, where his sense of logic, continuity, broke down. When he was done, I did not wonder that his mind had snapped a trifle, or that the folk of Arkham would not speak much of the blasted heath. I hurried back before sunset to my hotel, unwilling to have the stars come out above me in the open, and the next day returned to Boston to give up my position. I could not go into that dim chaos of old forest and slope again, or face another time that gray blasted heath, where the black well yawned deep beside the tumbled bricks and stones. The reservoir will soon be built now, and all those elder secrets will be safe forever under watery fathoms. But even then, I do not believe I would like to visit that country by night. At least, not when the sinister stars are out, and nothing could bribe me to drink the new city water of Arkham. It all began, old Amy said, with the meteorite. Before that time, there had been no wild legends at all since the witch trials, and even then these western woods were not feared half so much as the small island in the Miskatonic, where the devil held court, beside a curious lone altar, older than the Indians. These were not haunted woods, and their fantastic dusk was never terrible till the strange days. Then there had come that white noontide cloud, that string of explosions in the air, and that pillar of smoke from the valley far in the wood. And by night all Arkham had heard of the great rock and fell out of the sky, and bedded itself in the ground beside the well at the Nahum Gardner place. That was the house which had stood where the blasted heath was to come, the trim white Nahum Gardner house amidst its fertile gardens and orchards. Nahum had come to town to tell people about the stone, and dropped in at Amy Pierce's on the way. Amy was 40 then, and all the queer things were fixed very strongly in his mind. He and his wife had gone with the 3 professors from the Miskatonic University, who hastened out in the next morning to see the weird visitor from unknown stellar space, and had wondered why Nahum had called it so large the day before. It had shrunk, Nahum said as he pointed out the big brownish mound above the ripped earth and charred grass near the archaic well sweep in his front yard. The wise men answered that stones do not shrink. Its heat lingered persistently, and Nahum declared it glowed faintly in the night. The professors tried it with a geologist hammer and found it was oddly soft. It was, in truth, so soft as to be almost plastic, and they gouged rather than chipped a specimen to take back to the college for testing. They took it in an old pail borrowed from Nahum's kitchen, for even the small piece refused to grow cool. On the trip back, they stopped at Amy's to rest and seemed thoughtful when Miss Pierce remarked that the fragment was growing smaller and burning to the bottom of the pail. Truly, it was not large, but perhaps they had taken less than they thought. The day after that, all this was in June of 82. The professors had trooped out again in a great excitement. As they passed Amy's, they told him what queer things the specimen had done, and how it had faded wholly away when they put it in a glass beaker. The beaker had gone too, and the wise men talked of the strange stone's affinity for silicon. It had acted quite unbelievably in that well-ordered laboratory, doing nothing at all and showing no occluded gases when heated on charcoal, being wholly negative in the borax speed, and soon proving itself absolutely non-volatile at any producible temperature, including that of the oxyhydrogen blowpipe. On an anvil it appeared highly malleable, and in the dark its luminosity was very marked. Stubbornly refusing to grow cool, it soon had the college in a state of real excitement, and when upon heating before the spectroscope, it displayed shining bands unlike any known colors of the normal spectrum. There was much breathless talk of new elements, bizarre optical properties, and other things which puzzled men of science wont to say when faced by the unknown. Man, the way some of these sentences are structured is true horror. Yeah, it's wild. Well structured for sure, but you definitely have to piece it. Hot as it was, they tested it in a crucible with all the proper reagents. Water did nothing. Hydrochloric acid was the same. Nitric acid and even aqua regia were merely hissed and spattered against its torrid invulnerability. Amy had difficulty in recalling all these things, but recognized some solvents as I mentioned them in the usual order of use. There were ammonia and caustic soda, alcohol and ether, nauseous carbon disulfide, and a dozen others. But although the weight grew steadily less as time passed, and the fragment seemed to be slightly cooling, there was no change in the solvents to show that they had attacked the substance at all. It was a metal, though, beyond a doubt. It was magnetic, for one thing, and after its immersion in the acid solvents, there seemed to be faint traces of the Widmanstaten figures found on the meteoric iron. When the cooling had grown very considerable, the testing was carried on in glass, and it was in a glass beaker that they left all the chips made of the original fragment during the work. The next morning, both chips and beaker were gone without trace, and only a charred spot marked the place on the wooden shelf where they had been. All this the professors told Amy as they paused at his door, and once more he went with them to see the stony messenger from the stars. Though this time his wife did not accompany him. It now most certainly shrunk, and even the sober professors could not doubt the truth of what they saw. All around the dwindling brown lump near the well was a vacant space, except where the earth had caved in, and whereas it had been a good 7 feet across the day before, it was now scarcely 5. It was still hot, and the sages studied its surface curiously as they detached another and larger piece with hammer and chisel. They gouged deeply this time, and as they pried away the smaller mass, they saw that the core of the thing was not quite homogeneous. They had uncovered what seemed to be the side of a large colored globule embedded in the substance. The color, which resembled some of the bands in the meteor's strange spectrum, was almost impossible to describe, and it was only by analogy that they called it color at all. Its texture was glossy, and upon tapping it appeared to promise both brittleness and hollowness. One of the professors gave it a smart blow with a hammer, and it burst with a nervous little pop. Nothing was emitted, and all trace of the thing vanished with the puncturing. It left behind a hollow spherical space about 3 inches across, and although it probable that others would be discovered as the enclosing substance wasted away. Gonna take a sip. Conjecture was in vain. So after a futile attempt to find additional globules by drilling, the seekers left again with their new specimen, which proved, however, as baffling in the laboratory as its predecessor. Aside from being almost plastic, having heat, magnetism, and slight luminosity, cooling slightly in powerful acids, possessing an unknown spectrum, wasting away in air, and attacking silicon compounds with mutual destruction as a result. It presented no identifying features whatsoever. And at the end of the tests, the college scientists were forced to own that they could not place it. It was nothing of this earth, but a piece of the great outside. Inasmuch dowered with outside properties and obedient to outside laws. That night there was a thunderstorm, and when the professors went out of Nahum's the next day, they met with a bitter disappointment. The stone, magnetic as it had been, must have had some peculiar electrical property, for it had drawn the lightning, as Nahum said, with a singular persistence. 6 times within an hour, the farmer saw the lightning strike the furrow in the front yard, and when the storm was over, nothing remained but a ragged pit by the ancient well sweep, half choked with a caved-in earth. Digging in had borne no fruit, and the scientists verified the fact of the utter vanishment. The failure was total, so that nothing was left to do but to go back to the laboratory and test again the disappearing fragment, left carefully cased in lead. That fragment lasted a week, and at the end of which nothing of value had been learned of it. When it had gone, no residue was left behind, and in time the professors felt scarcely sure that they had indeed seen with waking eyes that cryptic vestige of the fathomless gulfs outside, that lone, weird message from other universes and other realms of matter, force, and entity. As was natural, the Arkham papers made much of the incident with its collegiate sponsoring, and sent reporters to talk with Nahum Gardner and his family. At least one Boston daily also sent a scribe, and Nahum quickly became a kind of local celebrity. He was a lean, genial person of about 50, living with his wife and 3 sons on the pleasant farmstead in the valley. He and Amy exchanged visits frequently, as did their wives, and Amy had nothing but praise for him after all these years. He seemed slightly proud of the notice his place had attracted, and talked often about the meteorite in the succeeding weeks. That July and August were hot, and Nahum worked hard at his haying in the 10-acre pasture. across the Chapman's Brook, his rattling wain wearing deep ruts in the shadowy lanes between. Labor tired him more than it had in other years, and he felt that age was beginning to tell on him. Then fell the time of fruit and harvest. The pears and apples slowly ripened, and Nahum vowed that his orchards were prospering as never before. The fruit was growing to phenomenal size and unwanted gloss, and in such abundance that extra barrels were ordered to handle the future crop. But with the ripening came sore disappointment, for of all that gorgeous array of spacious lusciousness, not one single jot was fit to eat. Into the fine flavor of the pears and apples had crept a stealthy bitterness and sickishness, so that even the smallest bites induced a lasting disgust. It was the same with the melons and the tomatoes, and Nahum sadly saw that his entire crop was lost. Quick to connect events, he declared that the meteorite had poisoned the soil, and thanked heaven that most of the other crop were in the upland lot along the road. Winter came early, and was very cold. Amy saw Nahum less often than usual, and observed that he had begun to look worried. The rest of his family, too, seemed to have grown taciturn, and they were far from steady in their church-going or their attendance at the various social events of the countryside. For this reserve or melancholy, no cause could be found, though all the household confessed now and then to poorer health and a feeling of vague disquiet. Nahum himself gave the most definite statement of anyone when he said he was disturbed about certain footprints in the snow. They were the usual winter prints of red squirrels, white rabbits, and foxes, but the brooding farmer professed to see something not quite right about their nature and arrangement. He was never specific, but appeared to think that they were not as characteristic of the anatomy and habits of squirrels and rabbits and foxes as they ought to be. Amy listened without interest to this talk until one night, when he drove past Nahum's house in his sleigh on the way back from Clark's Calmer. There had been a moon, and the rabbit had run across the road, and the leaps of the rabbit were longer than either Amy or his horse liked. The latter, which indeed had almost run away when brought up by a firm rein. Thereafter, Amy gave Nahum's tales more respect, and wondered why the gardener dogs seemed so cowed and quivering every morning. They had, it developed, nearly lost the spirit to bark. In February, the McGregor boys from Meadow Hill were out shooting woodchucks, and not far from the Gardner place bagged a very peculiar specimen. The proportions of its body seemed slightly altered in a queer way impossible to describe, while its face had taken on an expression which no one ever saw in a woodchuck before. The boys were genuinely frightened, and threw the thing away at once, so that only their grotesque tale of it ever reached the people of the countryside. But the shying of horses near Nahum's house had now become an acknowledged thing, and all the basis of a cycled, of whispered legend was fast taking form. People vowed that the snow melted faster around Nahum's than it did anywhere else, and early in March there was an odd discussion in Potter's General Store at Clark's Corners. Stephen Rice had driven past Gardner's in the morning, and had noticed the skunk cabbages coming up through the mud by the woods across the road. Never were things of such size seen before, and they held strange colors that could not be put into any words. Their shapes were monstrous, and the horse had snorted at an odor which struck Stefan as wholly unprecedented. That afternoon, several persons drove past to see the abnormal growth, and all agreed that plants of that kind ought to never sprout in a healthy world. The bad fruit of the fall before was freely mentioned, and it went from mouth to mouth that there was poison in Nahum's ground. Of course it was the meteorite, and remembering how strange the men from the college had found that stone to be, several farmers spoke about the matter to them. One day they paid Nahum a visit, but having no love of wild tales and folklore, were very conservative in what they inferred. The plants were certainly odd, but the all skunk cabbages are more or less odd in shape and hue. Perhaps some mineral element from the stone had entered the soil, but it would soon be washed away. And as for the footprints and frightened horses, of course this was mere country talk, which such a phenomenon as the aerolite would be certain to start. There was really nothing for serious men to do in cases of wild gossip, for superstitious rustics will say and believe anything. And so all through the strange days the professors stayed away in contempt. Only one of them, when given 2 files of dust for analysis in a police job over a year and a half later, recalled that the queer color of that skunk cabbage had been very like one of the anomalous bands of light shown by the meteor fragments in the college spectroscope, and like the brittle globule found embedded in the stone from the abyss, the samples in this analysis case gave the same odd bands at first, though later they lost the property. The trees budded prematurely around Nahum, and at night they swayed ominously in the wind. Nahum's second son, Thaddeus, a lad of 15, swore that they swallowed also when there was no wind, but even the gossips would not credit this. Certainly, however, restlessness was in the air. The entire Gardner family developed the habit of stealthy listening, though not for any sound for which they could not consciously name. The listening was, indeed, rather a product of moments when consciousness seemed half to slip away. Unfortunately, such moments increased week by week, till it became common speech that, quote, something was wrong with all Nahum's folks, end quote. When the early saxifrage came out, it had another strange color. Not quite like that of the skunk cabbage, but plainly related and equally unknown to anyone who saw it. Nahum took some blossoms to Arkham and showed them to the editor of the Gazette, but that dignitary did no more than write a humorous article about them, in which the dark fears of rustics were held up to polite ridicule. It was a mistake of Nahum's to tell a stolid city man about the way the great overgrown morning cloak butterflies behaved in connection with these saxifrages. April brought a kind of madness to the country folk and began that disuse of the road past Nahum's, which led to its ultimate abandonment. It was the vegetation. All the orchard trees blossomed forth in strange colors, and through the stony soil of the yard and the adjacent pasturage, there sprang up a bizarre growth which only a botanist could connect with the proper flora of the region. No sane, wholesome colors were anywhere to be seen except in the green grass and leafage, but everywhere were those hectic and prismatic variants of some diseased, underlying primary tone, without a place among the known tints of earth. The, quote, Dutchman's breeches, end quote, became a thing of sinister menace, and the blood roots grew insolent in their chromatic perversion. Amy and the gardeners thought that most of the colors had a sort of haunting familiarity, and decided that they reminded one of the brittle globule in the meteor. Nahum plowed and sowed the 10-acre pasture and the upland lot, but did nothing with the land around the house. You have to go. You promised partner you would spend the day with them. See you, Ren. He knew it would be of no use and hoped that the summer's strange growths would draw all the poison from the soil. He was prepared for almost anything now, and had grown used to the sense of something near him, waiting to be heard. The shunning of his house by the neighbors told on him, of course, but it told on his wife more. The boys were better off being at school each day, but they could not help being frightened by the gossip. Thaddeus, an especially sensitive youth, suffered the most. In May, the insects came, and Nahum's place became a nightmare of buzzing and crawling. Most of the creatures seemed not quite usual in their aspects and motions, and their nocturnal habits contradicted all former experience. The gardeners took to watching at night, watching all directions at random for something. They could not tell what. It was then that they owned that Thaddeus had been right about the trees. Miss Gardner was the next to see it from the window, as she watched the swollen boughs of a maple against a moonlit sky. The boughs surely moved, and there were no wind. It must be the sap. Strangeness had come into everything growing now. Yet it was none of Nahum's family at all who had made the next discovery. Familiarity had dulled them, and what they could not see was glimpsed by a timid windmill salesman from Bolton, who drove by one night in ignorance of the country legends. What he told in Arkham was given a short paragraph in the Gazette, and it was there that all the farmers, Nahum included, saw it first. The night had been dark, and the buggy lamps faint. But around a farm in the valley which everyone knew from the account must be Nahum's, the darkness had been less thick. A dim though distinct luminosity seemed to inhere all of the vegetation, grass, leaves, and blossoms alike, while at one moment a detached piece of the phosphorescence appeared to stir furtively in the yard near the barn. The grass had so far seemed untouched, and the cows were freely pastured in the lot near the house, but toward the end of May the milk began to be bad. Then Nahum had the cows driven to the uplands, after which this trouble ceased. Not long after this change, the grass and leaves became apparent to the eye. All the verdure was going gray, and was developing a highly singular quality of brittleness. Amy was now the only person who ever visited the place, and his visits were becoming fewer and fewer. When school closed, the gardeners were virtually cut off from the world, and sometimes let Amy do their errands in town. They were failing curiously both physically and mentally, and no one was surprised when the news of Miss Gardner's madness stole around. It happened in June, about the anniversary of the meteor's fall, and the poor woman screamed about things in the air which she could not describe. In her raving there was not a single specific noun, but only verbs and pronouns. Things moved and changed and fluttered, and ears tingled to impulses which were not wholly sounds. Something was taken away. She was being drained of something. Something was fastening itself on her that ought not to be. Someone must make it keep off. Nothing was ever still in the night. The walls and windows shifted. Nahum did not send her to the country asylum, but let her wander about the house as long as she was harmless to herself and others. Even when her expression changed, he did nothing. When the boys grew afraid of her and Thaddeus nearly fainted at the way she made faces at him, he decided to keep her locked in the attic. By July, she had ceased to speak and crawled on all fours, and before that month was over, Nahum got the mad notion that she was slightly luminous in the dark, as he now clearly saw was the case with the nearby vegetation. It was a little before this that the horses had stampeded. Something had aroused them in the night, and their neighing and kicking in their stalls had been terrible. There seemed virtually nothing to do to calm them, and when Nahum opened the stable door, they all bolted out like frightened woodland deer. It took a week to track all four, and when found, they were seen to be quite useless and unmanageable. Something had snapped their brains, and each one had to be shot for its own good. Nahum borrowed a horse from Amy for his haying, but found it would not approach the barn. It sheed, balked, and whinnied. And in the end, he could do nothing but drive it into the yard, while the men used their own strength to get the heavy wagon near enough the hayloft for convenient pitching. And all the while, the vegetation was turning gray and brittle. Even the flowers, whose hues had been so strange, were graying now, and the fruit was coming out gray and dwarfed and tasteless. The asters and goldenrod bloomed gray and distorted, and the roses and zinnias and hollyhocks in the front yard were such blasphemous-looking things that Nahum's oldest boy, Zenos, cut them down. The strangely puffed insects died about that time. Even the bees that had left their hives had taken to the woods. By September, all the vegetation was fast crumbling to a grayish powder, and Nahum feared that the trees would die before the poison was out of the soil. His wife now had spells of terrific screaming, and he and the boys were in a constant state of nervous tension. They shunned people now, and when school opened, the boys did not go. But it was Amy, on one of his rare visits, who first realized that the well water was no longer good. It had an evil taste that was not exactly fetid, nor exactly salty, and Amy advised his friend to dig another well on higher ground to use till the soil was good again. Nahum, however, ignored the warning, for he had by that time become calloused to strange and unpleasant things. He and the boys continued to use the tainted supply, drinking it as listlessly and mechanically as they ate their meager and ill-cooked meals, and did their thankless and monotonous chores through the aimless days. There was something of stolid resignation about them all, as if they walked half in another world between lines of nameless guards to a certain and familiar doom. Thaddeus went mad in September after a visit to the well. He had gone with a pail and had come back empty-handed, shrieking and waving his arms, and sometimes lapsing into an inane titter or a whisper about, quote, the moving colors down there, end quote. 2 in one family was pretty bad, but Nahum was very brave about it. He let the boy run about for a week until he began stumbling and hurting himself, and then he shut him in the attic room, across the hall from his mother's. The way they screamed at each other from behind their locked doors was very terrible, especially to little Merwin, who fancied they talked in some terrible language that was not of Earth. Merwin was getting frightfully imaginative, and his restlessness was worse after the shutting away of the brother who had been his greatest playmate. Almost at the same time, the mortality among the livestock commenced. Poultry turned grayish and died very quickly, their meat being found dry and noisome upon cutting. Hogs grew inordinately fat, and then suddenly began to undergo loathsome changes which no one could explain. Their meat was of course useless, and Nahum was at his wit's end. No rural veterinary would approach his place, and the city veterinary from Arkham was openly baffled. The swine began growing gray and brittle and falling to pieces before they died, and their eyes and muzzles developed singular alterations. It was very inexplicable, for they had never been fed from the tainted vegetation. Then something struck the cows. Certain areas, or sometimes the whole body, would be uncannily shriveled or compressed, and atrocious collapses or disintegrations were common. In the last stages, and death was always the result, there would be a graying and turning brittle like that which beset the hogs. There could be no question of poison, for all the cases occurred in a locked and undisturbed barn. No bites of prowling things could have brought the virus. For what live beast of earth can pass through solid obstacles? It must be only natural disease. Yet, what disease could wreak such results was beyond any mind's guessing. When the harvest came, there was not an animal surviving on the place, for the stock and poultry were dead, and the dogs had run away. These dogs, 3 in number, had all vanished one night, and were never heard of again. The 5 cats had left some time before, but their going was scarcely notified since there now seemed to be no mice, and only Miss Gardner had made pets for the graceful felines. On the 19th of October, Nahum staggered into Amy's house with hideous news. The death had come to poor Thaddeus in his attic room, and it had come in a way which could not be told. Nahum had dug a grave in the railed family plot behind the farm, and had put therein what he found. There could have been nothing from outside, for the small barred window and locked door were intact. But it was much as it had been in the barn. Amy and his wife consoled the stricken man as best they could, but shuddered as they did so. Stark terror seemed to cling round the Gardners, and they all touched, and the very presence of one in the house was a breath from regions unnamed and unnameable. Amy accompanied Nahum home with the greatest reluctance, and did what he might to calm the hysterical sobbing of little Merwin. Zenas needed no calming. He had come of late to do nothing but stare into space and obey what his father told him, and Amy thought that his fate was very merciful. Now and then Merwin's screams were answered faintly from the attic, and in response to an inquiring look, Nahum said that his wife was getting very feeble. When night approached, Amy managed to get away. Not even friendship could make him stay in that spot when the faint glow of the vegetation began, and the trees may or may not have swayed without the wind. It was really lucky for Amy that he was not more imaginative. Even as things were, his mind was bent ever so slightly, but had not been able to connect and reflect upon all the portents around him. He must inevitably have turned a total maniac. In the twilight, he hastened home. the screams of the mad woman and the nervous child ringing horribly in his ears. 3 days later, Nahum burst into Amy's kitchen in the early morning, and in the absence of his host, stammered out a desperate tale once more, while Miss Pierce listened in a clutching fright. Hello, Livius. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. We're reading The Colors Out of Space by H.P. Lovecraft. Listened in a clutching fright. It was little Merwin this time. He was gone. He had gone out late at night with a lantern and a pail of water, and had never come back. He'd been going to pieces for days, and hardly knew what he was about. Screamed at everything. There had been a frantic shriek from the yard then, but before the father could get to the door, the boy was gone. There was no glow from the lantern he had taken, and of the child himself no trace. At the time, Nahum thought the lantern and pail were gone too, but when dawn came, and the man had plodded back from his all-night search of the woods and fields, he had found some very curious things near the well. There was certainly a crushed and apparently somewhat melted mass of iron which had certainly been the lantern, while a bent handle and twisted iron hoops beside it, both half fused, seemed to hint at the remnants of the pail. That was all. Nahum was past imagining. Miss Pierce was also blank, and Amy, when he had reached home and heard of the tale, could give no guess. Merwin was gone, and there would be no use in telling the people around, who shunned all gardeners now. No use, either, in telling the city people at Arkham, who laughed at everything. Thad was gone, and now Merwin was gone. Something was creeping, and waiting to be seen and heard. Nahum would go soon, and he wanted Amy to look after his wife and Zenas if they survived him. It must all be a judgment of some sort, though he could not fancy what for, since he had always walked uprightly in the Lord's ways, so far as he knew. Sounds nice? Heck yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And welcome in. I hope you're well. We are reading The Color Out of Space by H.P. Lovecraft. I hope you enjoy. We're kind of more than halfway, it seems. For over 2 weeks, Amy saw nothing of Nahum. And then, worried about what might have happened, he overcame his fears and paid the gardener place a visit. There was no smoke from the great chimney, and for a moment the visitor was apprehensive of the worst. The aspect of the whole farm was shocking. Grayish, withered grass and leaves on the ground, vines falling in brittle wreckage from the archaic walls and gables, and great bare trees clawing up at the grey November sky with a studied malevolence which Amy could not but feel had come from some subtle change in the tilt of the branches. But Nahum was alive, after all. He was weak, and lying on the couch in the low-ceiled kitchen, but perfectly conscious, and able to give simple orders to Zenas. The room was deadly cold, and as Amy visibly shivered, the host shouted huskily to Zenas for more wood. Wood, indeed, was sorely needed, since the cavernous fireplace was unlit and empty. With a cloud of soot blowing about and the chill wind came down the chimney. Presently, Nahum asked him if the extra wood had made him any more comfortable, and then Amy saw what happened. The stoutest cord had broken at last, and the hapless farmer's mind was proof against more sorrow. Questioning tactfully, Amy could get no clear data at all about the missing Zenas. quote, "In the well, he lives in the well," end quote, was all that the clouded father would say. And then there flashed across the visitor's mind a sudden thought of the mad wife, and he changed his line of inquiry. "Nabby? Why, here she is," was the surprised response of poor Nahum. And Amy soon saw that he must search for himself. Leaving the harmless babbler on the couch, he took the keys from their nail beside the door, and climbed the creaking stairs to the attic. It was very close and noisome up there, and no sound could be heard from any direction. Of the 4 doors in sight, only one was locked, and on this he tried various keys on the ring he had taken. The 3rd key proved the right one, and after some fumbling, Amy threw open the low white door. Ooh. Heck yeah. It's cross-legged on the story carpet. Let's go, let's go. Heck yeah, Ben. Enjoy. It was quite dark inside, for the window was small and half obscured by the crude wooden bars, and Amy could see nothing at all on the wide planked floor. The stench was beyond enduring, and before proceeding further, he had to retreat in another room and return with his lungs filled with breathable air. When he did enter, he saw something dark in the corner, and upon seeing it more clearly, he screamed outright. While he screamed, he thought a momentary cloud eclipsed the window, and a second later, he felt himself brushed as if by some hateful current of vapor. Strange colors danced before his eyes, and had not a present horror numbed him, he would have thought of the globule in the meteor that the geologist's hammer had shattered, and of the morbid vegetation that had sprouted in the spring. As it was, he thought only of the blasphemous monstrosity which confronted him, and which all too clearly had shared the nameless fate of young Thetis and the livestock. But the terrible thing about the horror was that it was very slowly and perceptibly moved as it continued to crumble. Amy would give me no added particulars of this scene, but the shape in the corner does not reappear in his tale as a moving object. There are things which cannot be mentioned, and what is done in common humanity is sometimes cruelly judged by the law. I gathered that no moving thing was left in that attic room, and that to leave anything capable of motion, there would have not been a deed so monstrous as to damn any accountable being from eternal torment. Anyone but a stolid farmer would have fainted or gone mad, but Amy walked conscious through that low doorway and locked the accursed secret behind him. There would be Nahum to deal with now. He must be fed and tended, and removed to some place where he could be cared for. Commencing his descent of the dark stairs, Amy heard a thud below him. Even thought a scream had been suddenly choked off, and recalled nervously the clammy vapor which had brushed by him in that frightful room above. What presence had his cry and entry started up? Halted by some vague fear, he heard still further sounds below. Indubitably, there was a sort of heavy dragging, and a most detestably sticky noise of some fiendish and unclean species of suction. With an associate sense goaded to feverish heights, he thought unaccountably of what he had seen upstairs. Good God! What eldritch dream world was this into which he had blundered? He dared move neither backward nor forward, but stood there, trembling at the black curve of the boxed-in staircase. Every trifle of the scene burned itself into his brain. The sounds, the sense of dread expectancy, the darkness, the steepness of the narrow step, and merciful heaven, the faint but unmistakable luminosity of all the woodwork in sight, steps, sides, exposed laths, and beams alike. Then there burst forth a frantic whinny from Amy's horse outside, followed at once by a clatter which told of a frenzy runaway. In another moment, horse and buggy had gone beyond earshot, leaving the frightened man on the dark stairs to guess what had sent them. But that was not all. There had been another sound out there. A sort of liquid splash. Water. It must have been the well. He had left Hero untied near it, and a buggy wheel must have brushed the coping and knocked it into a stone. And still the pale phosphorescence glowed in that detestably ancient woodwork. God, how old the house was! Most of it built before 1670, and the gambrel roof no later than 1730. A feeble scratching on the floor downstairs now sounded distinctly, and Amy's grip tightened on a heavy stick he had picked up in the attic for some purpose. Slowly nerving himself, he finished his descent and walked boldly toward the kitchen. But he did not complete the walk, because what he sought was no longer there. It had come to meet him, and it was still alive after a fashion. Whether it had crawled or whether it had dragged by any external forces, Amy could not say, but the death had been at it. Everything had happened in the last half hour, but collapse, graying, and disintegration were already far advanced. There was a horrible brittleness, and dry fragments were scaling off. Amy could not touch it, but looked horrifiedly into the distorted parody that had been a face. "What was it, Nahum? What was it?" he whispered, and the cleft, bulging lips were just able to crackle out a final answer. Nothing. The color, it burns. Cold and wet, but it burns. It lived in the well. I seen it. A kind of smoke, just like the flowers last spring. The well shone at night. Thad and Merwin and Zena. Everything alive. Sucking the life out of everything. In that stone. It must have come in that stone poisoned the whole place. Don't know what it wants. That round thing them men from the college dug out of the shore. They smashed it. It was the same color. Just the same. Like the flowers and plants. Must have been more of them. Seeds. They growed. I seen it the first time this week. Must have got a strong on Zenas. He was a big boy, full of life. It beats down on your mind and then it gets you. Burns you up. In the well water. You was right about that. Evil water. Zenith never come back from the well. Can't get away. Draws ya. You know something's a comin', but ain't no use. I seen it time and again. St. Zenith was took. War's nabby, Amy. My head's no good. Don't know how long since I fed her. It'll get her if we ain't careful. Just a color. Her face is gettin' to have that color sometimes towards night. And it burns and sucks. It comes from some place where things ain't as they is here. One of them professors said so. He was right. Look out, Amy. It'll do something more. Sucks the life out. But that was all. That which spoke could speak no more, because it had completely caved in. Amy laid a red-checked tablecloth over what was left, and reeled out the back door into the fields. He climbed the slope to the 10-acre pasture, and stumbled home by the north road and the woods. He could not pass that well from which his horses had run away. He had looked at it through the window, and had seen that no stone was missing from the rim. Then the lurching buggy had not dislodged anything at all. A splash. Moon, you scared the crap out of me. Oh, I'm spooked. Moon! Thank you for the raid. Meow. Oh, I realized the, there you go. Meow. Welcome, Raiders. Moon Raid. Hey! Definitely not a plant here. Let's go. Welcome in, Moon. Give you an SO right now. Two. Yo, me, Moon. You were playing Stray? Nice! As are many. That's awesome. Hope you enjoyed your stream. Meow. We are, so yeah, welcome in everyone. We're reading H.P. Lovecraft. In particular, we are reading The Color Out of Space. And it's, so far, started off slow, but ooh, getting really good. Picking up a lot of really good H.P. Lovecraft moments here. Luna, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope your day is going splendidly. Anyway, I will continue. I'm gonna restart this, restart halfway through the paragraph I was reading. He could not pass that well from which his horses had run away. He had looked at it through the window, and had seen that no stone was missing from the rim. Then the lurching buggy had not dislodged anything after all. The splash had been something else. Something which went into the well after it had done with poor Nahum. Time for push-ups break. I'm reading, guys! I'm trying to read my story! You bums! Can't I do them in between stories? I want to keep reading. We're at a good part. Raw, Kane! You can be swollen in brain and body. Gosh dang it, Kane. Alright. 25 push-ups. I'm gonna be out of breath and I'm reading though. Could I please at least finish this story? I'll do it after I finish this story. We're almost done. Magic Man Batman, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Okay, you can finish. No now. Oh no. I'm gonna be out of breath though when I read. I wanna keep reading. Oh, can you remind me after I finish the story to do push-ups? Yeah. Please. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, welcome in, Magic Man Batman. Hope you're doing well. We're reading H.P. Lovecraft. In particular, we're reading The Color Out of Space, and we're getting to the really intense points. Let him finish. Yes, I will finish now. Ah. When Amy reached his house and the horses and buggy had arrived before him and thrown his wife into fits of anxiety, reassuring her without explanations, he set out at once for Arkham and notified the authorities that the Gardner family was no more. He indulged in no details, but merely told of the deaths of Nahum and Nabby, that of Thaddeus being already known, and mentioned that the cause seemed to be the same strange ailment which had killed the livestock. He also stated that Merwin and Zenas had disappeared. There was considerable questioning at the police station, and in the end, Amy was compelled to take 3 officers to Gardner Farm. Oh boy. Together with the coroner, the medical examiner, and the veterinary who had treated the diseased animals. He went much against his will, for the afternoon was advancing and he feared the fall of night over that accursed place, but it was some comfort to have so many people with him. The 6 men drove out in a Democrat wagon, following Amy's buggy, and arrived at the pest-ridden farmhouse about 4 o'clock. Used as the officers were to gruesome experiences, not one remained unmoved at what was found in the attic and under the red checked tablecloth on the floor below. The whole aspect of the farm, with its gray desolation, was terrible enough, but those 2 crumbling objects were beyond all bounds. No one could look long at them, and even the medical examiner admitted that there was very little to examine. Specimens could be analyzed, of course, so he busied himself in obtaining them, and here it develops that a very puzzling aftermath occurred at the college laboratory, where the 2 phials of dust were finally taken. Under the spectroscope, both samples gave off an unknown spectrum, in which many of the baffling bands were precisely like those which the strange meteor had yielded in the previous year. The property of emitting this spectrum vanished in a month, the dust thereafter consisting mainly of alkaline phosphates and carbonates. Amy would not have told the men about the well if he had thought they meant to do anything then and there. It was getting towards sunset, and he was anxious to be away, but he could not help glancing nervously at the stony curb by the great sweep. And when a detective questioned him, he admitted that Nahum had feared something down there so much so that he had never even thought of searching it for Merwin or Zenas. After that, nothing would do but that they empty and explore the well immediately. No, not the well, don't do it! So Amy had to wait trembling while pail after pail of rank water was hauled up and splashed on the soaking ground outside. The men sniffed in disgust at the fluid, and toward the last held their noses against the fodder they were uncovering. It was not so long a job as they had feared it would be, since the water was phenomenally low. There was no need to speak too exactly of what they had found. Merwin and Zenas were both there. In part, though, the vestiges were mainly skeletal. There were also a small deer and a large dog in about the same state, and a number of bones of small animals. The ooze and slime at the bottom seemed inexplicably porous and bubbling, and a man who's descended on handholds with a long pole found that he could sink the wooden shaft to any depth in the mud of the floor without meeting any solid obstruction. Twilight had now fallen, and lanterns were brought from the house. Then, when it was seen that nothing further could be gained from the well, everyone went indoors and conferred in the ancient sitting room, while the intermittent light of a spectral half-moon played wanly on the gray desolation outside. The men were frankly nonplussed by the entire case, and could find no convincing common element to link the strange vegetable conditions, the unknown disease of livestock and humans, and the unaccountable deaths of Merwin and Zenis in the tainted well. They had heard of the common country talk, it is true, but could not believe that anything contrary to natural law had occurred. No doubt the meteor had poisoned the soil, but the illness of persons and animals who had eaten nothing but grown in that soil was another matter. Was it the well water? Very possibly. It might be a good idea to analyze it. But what peculiar madness could have made both boys jump into the well? Their deeds were so similar, and the fragments showed that they had both suffered from the gray, brittle death. Why was everything so gray and brittle? Ben, why are you... Oh, I'm reading the book passage, alright. Ooh, A Color Out of Space. Yeah! Love this one. Let's go, Arcane! So cultured. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you, Crowan. Thank you, Adel. Welcome in, Adel! Oh, the beautiful Adel! I'm gonna give Adel a shout out. He's so cute. Edelweiss VT. Go check out Adel. He's a cutie. Alright. So yeah, we're reading The Color Out of Space by H.P. Lovecraft. We're near the end. Magic Man Batman, thank you for the follow. You have such style. I really appreciate it. It's so evil that Kane made me do, or is gonna make me do push-ups after this. My throat's gonna be even more dry and I'm gonna be like... So far, I'm really liking the second half so far. It was very slow at first, but that was obviously to set up the scene. Second half's really good. It was the coroner, seated near a window overlooking the yard, who first noticed the glow about the well. Night had fully set in, and all the abhorrent grounds seemed faintly luminous, with more than the fitful moonbeams. But this new glow was something definite and distinct, and appeared to shoot up from the black pit like a softened ray from a searchlight, giving dull reflections in the little ground pools where the water had been emptied. It was a very queer color, and as all the men clustered around the window, Amy gave a violent start, for this strange beam of ghastly miasma was to him of no unfamiliar hue. He had seen that color before, and feared to think what it might mean. He had seen it in the nasty, brittle globule in that aerolite 2 summers ago. Had it seen in the crazy vegetation of the springtime, and had thought he had seen it for an instant that very morning against the small barred window of that terrible attic room where nameless things had happened. It had flashed there a second, and a clammy and hateful current of vapor had brushed past him, and then poor Nahum had been taken by something of that color. He had said so at the last, said it was like the globule in the plants, after had come the runway in the yard and the splash in the well, and now that well was belching forth to the night a pale, insidious beam of the same demoniac tint. It does credit to the alertness of Amy's mind that he puzzled even at that tense moment over a point which was essentially scientific. He cannot but wonder at his gleaning of the same impression from a vapor glimpsed in the daytime against a window opening on the morning sky, and from a nocturnal exhalation seen as a phosphorescent mist against the black and blasted landscape. It wasn't right. It was against nature. And he thought of those terrible last words of his stricken friend. Quote, "It has come from some place whar things ain't as they is here. One of them professors said so." End quote. All 3 horses outside, tied to a pair of shriveling saplings by the road, were now neighing and pawing frantically. The wagon driver started for the door to do something, but Amy laid a shaky hand on his shoulder. "Don't go out thar," he whispered. They's more to this now than what we know. Whom said something lived in the well that sucks your life out. He said it must be some at growed from a round ball like one we all seen in the meteor stone that fell a year ago June. Sucks and burns, he said, and is just a cloud of color like that light out dar now, that ye can hardly see in and tell what it is. Nahum thought it feeds on everything livin' and gets stronger all the time. He said he seen it this last week. It must be something from away off in the sky like the men from the college last year says the meteor stone was. The way it's been made and the way it works ain't like no way o' God's world. It's somewhat from beyond." So the men paused indecisively as the light from the well grew stronger, and the hitched horses pawed and whinnied in increasing frenzy. It was truly an awful moment, with terror in that ancient and accursed house itself. 4 monstrous sets of fragments, 2 from the house, and 2 from the well, in the woodshed behind, and that shaft of unknown and unholy iridescence from the slimy depths in front. Amy had restrained the driver on impulse, forgetting how uninjured he himself was after clammy brushing of that colored vapor in the attic room. But perhaps it is just as well that he acted as he did. No one will ever know what was abroad that night, and though the blasphemy from beyond had not so far hurt any human of unweakened mind, there is no telling what it might not have done at that last moment. And with its seemingly increased strength and the special signs of purpose it was soon to display beneath the half-clouded moonlit sky. All at once, one of the detectives at the window gave a short, sharp gasp. The others looked at him, and then quickly followed his own gaze upward to the point at which its idle strain had been suddenly arrested. There was no need for words. What had been disputed in country gossip was disputable no longer, and it is because of the thing which every man of that party agreed in whispering later on, that the strange days are never talked about in Arkham. It is necessary to premise that there was no wind at that hour of the evening. One did arise not long afterward, but there was absolutely none then. Even the dry tips of the lingering hedge mustard, gray and blighted, and the fringe on the roof of the standing Democrat wagon were unstirred. And yet, amid that tense, godless calm, the high bar boughs of all the trees in the yard were moving. They were twitching morbidly and spasmodically, clawing in convulsive and epileptic madness at the moonlit clouds, scratching impotently in the noxious air as if jerked by some allied and bodiless line of linkage with subterranean horrors writhing and struggling below the black roots. Not a man breathed for several seconds. Then a cloud of darker depth passed over the moon, and the silhouette of clutching branches faded out momentarily. At this there was a general cry, muffled with awe, but husky and almost identical form from every throat. For the terror had not faded with the silhouette, and in a fearsome instance of deeper darkness, the watchers saw, wriggling at the treetop height, 1,000 tiny points of faint and unhallowed radiance tipping each bow like the fire of Saint Elmo, or the flames that come down on the apostles' heads at Pentecost. It was a monstrous constellation of unnatural light, like a glutted swarm of corpse-fed fireflies dancing hellish sarabands over an accursed marsh, and its color was the same nameless intrusion which Amy had come to recognize and dread. All the while, the shaft of phosphorescence from the well was getting brighter and brighter, bringing the minds of the huddled men a sense of doom and abnormality which far outtraced any image of their conscious minds could form. It was no longer shining out, it was pouring out, and as the shapeless stream of unplaceable color left the well, it seemed to flow directly into the sky. The veterinary shivered and walked to the front door to drop the heavy extra bar across it. Amy shook no less, and had to tug and point for lack of controllable voice when he wished to draw notice to the growing luminosity of the trees. The neighing and stamping of the horses had become utterly frightful, but not a soul of that group in the old house would have ventured forth for any earthly reward. With the moments, the shining of the trees increased, while their restless branches seemed to strange more and more toward verticality. The wood of the well sweep was shining now, and presently a policeman dumbly pointed out to some wooden sheds and beehives near the stone wall on the west. They were commencing to shine, too, though the tethered vehicles of the visitors seemed so far unaffected. Then there was a wild commotion and clopping in the road, and as Amy quenched the lamp for a better scene, they realized that the span of frantic grays had broken their sapling and run off with the Democrat wagon. Oh, you're so amazing. You're amazing, Magic Man Batman. Thank you so much. Drink the well water. No, Arcane, don't make me! Please. Please don't. New drinking game, a shot every time queer is used. Yeah. Big ups. Oh. So good. I'm glad he's reading Color Out of Space. Yeah. So good. It's so good. I need to drink some water. Don't drink the well water. Don't do it. The shock served to loosen several tongues, and embarrassed whispers were exchanged. It spreads on everything organic that's been around here, muttered the medical examiner. No one replied, but the man who had been in the well gave a hint that his long pole must have stirred up something intangible. It was awful, he added. There was no bottom at all, just ooze and bubbles and the feelings of something lurking under there. Amy's horse still pawed and screamed deafeningly in the road outside, and nearly drowned in its owner's faint quaver as he mumbled his formless reflections. It comes from that stone, it growled down thar, it got everything livin', it fed itself on 'em, mind and body. That and Merwin, Zenis, and Nabby, whom was the last. They all drunk the water. It's got strong on 'em. It come from beyond, whar things ain't like they be here. Now it's goin' home. At this point, as the column of unknown color flared suddenly stronger and began to weave itself into fantastic suggestions of shape which each spectator described differently, there came from poor tethered hero such a sound as no man before or ever heard from a horse. Every person in that low-pitched sitting room stopped his ears, and Amy turned away from the window in horror and nausea. Words could not convey it. When Amy looked out again, the hapless beast lay huddled inert in the moonlit ground beneath the splintered shafts of the buggy. That was the last of Hero, till they buried him the next day. But the present was no time to mourn, for almost at this instant, a detective silently called called attention to something terrible in the very room with them. In the absence of the lamplight, it was clear that a faint phosphorescence had begun to pervade the entire apartment. It glowed on the broad planked floor and the fragment of rag carpet, and shimmered over the sashes of the small paned windows. It ran up and down the exposed corner posts, coruscated about the shelf and mantel, and infected the very doors and furniture. Each minute saw it strengthen, and at last it was very plain that healthy living things must leave that house. Amy showed them the back door and the path through the fields to the 10-acre pasture. They walked and stumbled as in a dream, and did not dare look back till they were far away on the high ground. They were glad of the path, for they could not have gone the front way by that well. It was bad enough passing the glowing barn and sheds, and those shining orchard trees with their gnarled, fiendish contours. But thank heaven the branches did their worst twisting high up. The moon went under some very black clouds as they crossed the rustic bridge over Chapman's Brook, and it was a blind groping from there to the open meadows. When they looked back toward the valley and the distant Gardner place at the bottom, they saw a fearsome sight. The farm was shining with the hideous unknown blend of color. Trees, buildings, and even such grass and herbage as had not been wholly changed to lethal gray brittleness. The boughs were all straining skyward, tipped with tongues of foul flame, and lambent tricklings of the same monstrous fire were creeping about the ridgepoles of the house, barn, and sheds. It was a scene from a vision of Fuseli, and over all the rest reigned that riot of luminous amorphousness, that alien and undimensioned rainbow of cryptic poison from the well, seething, feeling, lapping, reaching, scintillating, straining, and malignantly bubbling in its cosmic and unrecognizable chromatism. Epic. Then, without warning, the hideous thing shot vertically up toward the sky like a rocket or meteor, leaving behind no trail and disappearing through a round and curiously regular hole in the clouds before any man could gasp or cry out. No watcher can ever forget that sight, and Amy stared blankly at the stars of Cygnus, Deneb twinkling above the others, where the unknown color had melted into the Milky Way. But his gaze was the next moment called swiftly to earth by the crackling in the valley. It was just that. Only a wooden ripping and crackling, and not an explosion, as so many others of the party vowed. Yet the outcome was the same, for in one feverish, kaleidoscopic instant, there burst up from that doomed and accursed farm a gleamingly eruptive cataclysm of unnatural sparks and substance, blurring the glance of the few who saw it, and sending forth the zenith a bombarding cloudburst of such colored and fantastic fragments as our universe must needs disown. Through quickly reclosing vapors, they followed the great morbidity that had vanished, and in another second they had vanished too. Behind and below was only a darkness to which the men dared not return, and all about was a mounting wind which seemed to sweep down in black, roar gusts from interstellar space. It shrieked and howled and lashed the fields and distorted woods in a mad cosmic frenzy, till soon the trembling party realized it would be no use waiting for the moon to show what was left down there at Nahum's. Too awed even to hint theories, the 7 shaking men trudged back towards Arkham by the North Road. Amy was worse than his fellows, and begged to see him inside his own kitchen instead of keeping straight on to town. He did not wish to cross the blighted, wind-whipped woods alone to his home on the main road, for he had an added shock that the others were spared, and was crushed forever with a brooding fear that he dare not even mention for many years to come. As the rest of the watchers on that tempestuous hill had stolidly set their faces toward the road, Amy had looked back an instant at the shadowed valley of desolation, so lately sheltering his ill-starred friend. And from that stricken, faraway spot, he had seen something feebly rise, only to sink down again upon the place from which the great shapeless horror had shot into the sky. It was just a color, but not any color of our earth or heavens. And because Amy recognized that color, and knew that this last faint remnant must still lurk down there in the well, he has never been quite right since. Amy would never go near the place again. It is 44 years now since the horror happened, but he has never been there, and will be glad when the new reservoir blots it out. I shall be glad too, for I did not like the way the sunlight changed color around the mouth of that abandoned well I passed. I hope the water will always be very deep, but even so I shall never drink it. I do not think I shall visit the Arkham country the hereafter. 3 of the men who had been with Amy returned the next morning to see the ruins by daylight, but there were not any real ruins, only the bricks of the chimney, the stones of the cellar, and some mineral and metallic litter here and there, and the rim of that nefandous well. Save for Amy's dead horse, which they towed away and buried. Jane, praise the sun! Thank you so much for the 9-month sub. My goodness, big ups to Shane. Best DJ around, best DJ in town. My goodness. Fun fact, this man never finished high school because of mental health issues. Oh my goodness, Lovecraft was not great in general. Oh. I mean, the stories are beautifully written. I love the way they're written. So in terms of his work, they're great. It's a shame. It's a shame he had those values, but I mean, it was like the 1920s, so yeah. Stinky. Meow meow meow. Bloodborne made me fall in love with it. Yes. Lovecraftian stories are top notch. Yes, yes. Alright, I shall continue. Thank you for the sub though, I appreciate it. I'm gonna reread the where was I? I'm just gonna reread this sentence. 3 of the men who had been with Amy returned the next morning to see the ruins by daylight, but there were not any real ruins, only the bricks of the chimney, the stones of the cellar, some mineral and metallic litter here and there, and the rim of that nefandous well, save for Amy's dead horse, which they towed away and buried, and the buggy which they shortly returned to him. Everything that had ever been living had gone. 5 eldritch acres of dusty gray desert remained, nor has anything ever grown there since. To this day it sprawls open to the sky like a great spot eaten by acid in the wood and fields, and the few who have ever dared glimpse it, in spite of the rural tales, have named it the Blasted Heath. The rural tales are queer. There it is again, take a shot. They might even be queerer, there's another one. If city men and college chemists could be interested enough to analyze the water from that disused well, or the gray dust that no wind seems to disperse. Botanists, too, ought to study the stunted flora of the borders of that spot, for they might shed light on the country notion that the blight is spreading, little by little, perhaps an inch a year. People say the color of the neighboring herbage is not quite right in the spring, and that wild things leave queer, there it is again, prints in the light winter snow. Snow never seems quite so heavy on the blasted heath as it is elsewhere. Horses, the few that are left in this motor age, grow skittish in the silent valley, and hunters cannot depend on their dogs too near the splotch of grayish dust. They say the mental influences are very bad too. Numbers went queer in the in the years after Nahum's taking, and always they lacked the power to get away. Then the stronger-minded folk all left the region, and only the foreigners tried to live in their crumbling old homesteads. They could not stay, though, and one sometimes wonders what insight beyond ours their wild, weird stories of whispered magic have given them. Their dreams at night, they protest, are very horrible in that grotesque country, and surely the very look of the dark realm is enough to stir a morbid fancy. No traveler has ever escaped a sense of strangeness in those deep ravines, and artists shiver as they paint thick woods whose mystery is as much of the spirits as of the eye. I myself am curious about the sensation I derived from my one lone walk before Amy told me his tale. When twilight came, I had vaguely wished some clouds would gather, for an odd timidity above the deep, skyey voids above had crept into my soul. Do not ask me for my opinion. I do not know. That is all. There was no one but Amy to question, for Arkham people will not talk about the strange days, and all three professors who saw the aerolite and its colored globule are dead. There were other globules, depend upon that. One must have fed itself and escaped, and probably there was another which was too late. No doubt it is still down the well. I know there was something wrong with the sunlight I saw above the miasmal brink. The rustics say the blight creeps an inch a year. So perhaps there is a kind of growth or nourishment, even now. But whatever demon hatchling is there, it must be tethered to something, or else it would quickly spread. Is it fastened to the roots of those trees that claw the air? One of the current Arkham tales is about fat oaks that shine and move as they ought not to do at night. What it is, only God knows. In terms of matter, I suppose the thing Amy described would be called a gas. But this gas obeyed the laws that are not of our cosmos. This was no fruit of such worlds and suns as shine on the telescopes and photographic plates of our observatories. This was no breath from the skies whose motions and dimensions our astronomers measure or deem too vast to measure. It was just a color out of space. A frightful messenger from unformed realms of infinity, beyond all nature as we know it, from realms whose mere existence stuns the brain and numbs us with black extra-cosmic gulfs it throws open before our frenzied eyes. I doubt very much if Amy consciously lied to me, and I do not think his tale was all a freak of madness, as the townsfolk had forewarned. Something terrible came to the hills and valleys on that meteor, and something terrible, though I know not in what proportion, still remains. I shall be glad to see the water come. Meanwhile, I hope nothing will happen to Amy. Thank you, Rimuru Tempest, for the follow. You have such style. Where was I? I shall be glad to see the water come. Meanwhile, I hope nothing will happen to Amy. He saw so much of the thing, and its influence was so insidious. Why has he never been able to move away? How clearly he recalled those dying words of Nahum's. Quote, can't get away. Can't get away. Drawsy. You know something's a-comin', but tain't no use. End quote. Amy is such a good old man. When the reservoir gang gets to work, I must write the chief engineer to keep a sharp watch on him. I would hate to think of him as the gray, twisted, brittle monstrosity which persists more and more in troubling my sleep. The end. Yeah! Woohoo! That was amazing! Great stuff. Separating the art from the artist is important. As you said, Verdi, Lovecraft was around the 20s, so his thinking would be quite different. Exactly. So, I can't, I can't declare him as evil. It was par of the course for the time. Which makes me do wonder what, if Lovecraft was alive today, you know, what sort of writings would they do? Very fascinating. Are you done? Push-ups, get it. Fine. Alright. I'll do my 25 push-ups and suffer. Meow 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 meow. People were still uncomfortable around him. He was too much. Fascinating. I like the fact that the dude never sent his family away, even though they were going mad. That's cute. Yeah, I like that too. You could tell that the family itself was very caring, but it's just a shame that they didn't heed the protagonist's warnings. Like instantly from a glance, the protagonist knew, like, just from gazing upon the well water, that, yo, that stuff ain't right. you should dig a well further up, you know? Like, get some different water, bruv. It really sucks that they didn't take the time to dig a new well, because, well, I don't know if the whole thing would have been prevented, but it would have at least staved off much of the effects, at least. Or that's my theory anyway. I don't know. I don't know if it's still undetermined to me if it's the presence itself of that element. I'll just call it an element in quotations, or if it was like, was it through breathing it? Was it through its presence? Was it through seeing it? Was it through drinking the water? Or was it all of the above? I'm very curious to know. But yeah, very fascinating. I really like the ending of it. You would be so scared of all the technology. I think so too. You'd be awestruck and probably terrified as well. I like I love the way Lovecraft includes psychology in a lot of the stories themselves, because to see something otherworldly would indeed affect the mind. Like if you saw a color that wasn't invented before and only you saw it, like, what would you tell people without sounding crazy, right? But you would know. But you would know because you saw it, you perceived it and sensed it. Meme Kid, thank you for the follow. You have such style. Yeah, it's very fascinating. I really like that. When you flip your when you flip your pillow to the cold side, yes, is a good feeling indeed. Agreed. Dusk Enterprises, welcome in. Why'd you yabby? Why'd you yabby, Kane? Considering he was scared of the very concept of air conditioners and non-visible light, he'd probably die of shock. As we will never know. It is interesting to think about, though. Because even in this one, he mentioned how buggies were coming few and far between, so maybe Lovecraft loved the idea of buggies and not so much the idea of machines. Because even the previous story that we read Cool Air. He mentioned how, you know, he brought a machine into it and how it kept alive a man who was made out of rotting organs. Not to spoil anything, but he made even a machine seem like a horrific thing, which is fascinating. Or maybe I'm just perceiving it wrong. Push-ups or yabe? Can I tell you a quick story? You can but I gotta do push-ups because everyone's yabeing. Why are you yabeing? Stop it. Stop it right now. You know what? Here. You know what you guys get? You guys get a big ups from me. Big ups to you. I like you. Alright. Push-ups time! Let's go! I gotta get on the ground. My model's gonna be freaking out, but don't question it. You can't question this. You can't question my exercises. Okay. Also, geometry terrified them, but that's understandable. The shapes! The shapes! Alright, let's do it. Doing it without Matt, because I'm a hardcore gamer, and even hardcore gamers exercise without mats. Alright, here we go. You guys ready? I'm gonna count them out loud. My shoulders on my keyboard. Hang on, I gotta back up more. My desk and I bonked my. There we go, okay. I won't be bonked now. Yeah. Alright.
Wake me up, wake me
One,
up, and I can't wake up.
two,
Wake me up and
three,
save me. Call my
four,
name and save
five,
me from the dark.
8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Wow. What you've done to me, what you've done despite all the love and care I provide to you, should be done. Make me do exercise on such a hot day, how dare. I'm gonna roll up my pants now.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Nice.
No more.
Thank you for the cheering.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more.
Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Wow. Been going on for almost 3 hours now. Okay. All right. So, I don't think we'll be able to do all of them. Well, we could, but I think my voice would like give out if I do all 5. So we still have 3 left. So I think we're gonna do maybe 1 more, depending on the length. Maybe we could do the music of Eric Zan. I think maybe we could do the music of Eric Zan, and then we could do either Cthulhu or The Shadow over Innsmouth. It's a long one. Cthulhu is definitely shorter than Shadow over Innsmouth. Not sure. No dying. Can't believe I missed Cool Air. Well, you'll have the VOD to check it out, so don't you worry. There is the VOD. No dying, save them for next time in Bloodborne. What is meow? Chat, don't hurt Verd. Don't hurt Verd. No meow. Yes. We put your model in the middle of the screen? Why? Yeah. Why is that? Ow! Because then I'm not in bonking range. Ow! Why don't you like me being in the middle? Are you too spooked of the background? Are you scared? Are you scared, Kath? You're so scared right now. This is crazy. Kath is shivering in her boots, and I, a simple paladin reader, meow meow meow, and then I meow meow meow, and then I meow meow meow, and then I meow meow meow. Okay, now I need to move everything. Shiver me timbers. Innsmouth is a weird one. I bet. That's a hard choice. They're both good, undoubtedly. They're both like the classics, right? I'd say Cthulhu is probably like the main one, right? The main Lovecraftian story. And then Shadow over Innsmouth. I mean, we're playing Bloodborne, so it's like that's literally directly inspired by that one. So good, so good. Alright, let me move the bonk and the head pats. There you go. Now you can bonk me in the center. Alright, let's do a poll. Let's do Innsmouth. I don't know. Maybe will have to save it for another time. Long. I really want to though, bro. I think maybe we could end with the music of Eric Zan and then do Bloodborne, because that one's shorter. What do you guys think? What you think? Or should I just go for Innsmouth? Be a mad lad. What do you think? I'll do a poll. I will do poll. So you guys will have democracy. The music. Oh wait, I'll just say Eric Zan or Innsmouth. Eric Zan's the man, or yummy food Innsmouth. Oh. Okay, we'll do it for 2 minutes. There we go. The poll is up, and you can vote multiple times, so go hog wild if you wish. I vote Peppa Pig, Ben, please. This is good puns. I'm proud of myself. Oh, I'm silly. Very silly. It's a very silly one. I hope your Monday is going... It's not Monday today, you silly. Wednesday, you lunatic. Hope your Wednesdays are going well. Very excited for this week. I'll post my schedule up after the stream. I hope I will. Because Thursday, I'm streaming with Saren again. And we're continuing our weekly Stardew Valley co-op playthrough. And on Friday, I'm continuing the Code Vein playthrough. Co-op playthrough with Pekshay Faye. And then on Saturday, I'm doing more Bloodborne. And then on Sunday, I'm continuing Elden Ring with the wonderful Katharina Gamer. So, good week ahead. Fun stuff ahead. Oh, it's a tie. Guys, you can't tie it. Eric Zan's the man. Yummy food in his mouth. Laughing at my own puns. They're so good though. Yeah. Yeah? What are you aying about? You aying me? You eyeing me, boy? Oh, it's so close. There's a race. Hey! Nice! Eric Zan's the man, and Bloodborne it is. was good voting though. Thanks everyone for voting. Worry not though. Next, maybe even Saturday. Saturday we could do a combo stream. We could do Shadow over Innsmouth and Bloodborne on Saturday. How's that sound? I think that'll be awesome. Shadow over Innsmouth is like a monolith of a read anyway. It's probably like a 2-hour raid. So, dang it, I was trying to tie it. Arcade, please. Meanie. You said my name, so I 2 hours? Yes. Get a drink? I'm not doing Shadow over Innsmouth, you silly. I'm doing Shadow over Innsmouth on Saturday. When I do Bloodborne. It'll be the perfect pairing. We're gonna finish with Eric, the music of Eric Zan the man. And then we'll do Bloodborne. Oh, by the way, this was suggested. Oh, my brain. Sorry. Let me make sure I get the brain. Sorry, my brain. So, Cool Air was suggested by both Puzzle Piece Angel and ya boy Nikki. And Color Out of Space was suggested by Puzzle Piece Angel. Cthulhu was suggested by Ash Belrose, and the music of Eric Zan was also suggested by your boy Nikki. But Shadow over Innsmouth was what I wanted to read. Voice Innsmouth is interesting as it was written at the end of his life. I know. Awesome. Very cool. Very wowzers. All right. Are you ready? You guys ready for the music of Eric Zan? I hope you are. Here we go. The music of Eric Zan. Let's actually get the years, because I said the years of everything so far. The music of Eric Zan. It was written in March of 1921. So this was an earlier work, as opposed to Cool Air and The Color Out of Space. This is an earlier work, which is pretty cool. We will proceed. Let us do it. The music of Eric Zan. I have examined maps of the city with the greatest care, yet have never again found the Rue d'Orsay. These maps have not been modern maps alone, for I know that names change. I have, on the contrary, delved deeply into all the antiquities of the place, and have personally explored every region, of whatever name, which could possibly answer to the street I knew as the Rue d'Orsay. But despite all that I have done, it remains an humiliating act that I cannot find the house, the street, or even the locality where, during the last months of my impoverished life as a student of metaphysics at the university, I heard the music of Eric Zan. That my memory is broken, I do not wonder, for my health, physical and mental, was gravely disturbed throughout the period of my residence in the Rue d'Orsay, and I recall that I took none of my few acquaintances there. But that I cannot find the place again is both singular and perplexing, for it was within a half-hour's walk of the university and was distinguished by peculiarities which could hardly be forgotten by anyone who had been there. I have never met a person who has seen the Rue d'Orsay. Rue d'Orsay may lay across a dark river bordered by precipitous brick blear windowed warehouses and spanned by a ponderous bridge of dark stone. It was always shadowy along that river, as if the smoke of neighboring factories shut out the sun perpetually. No. The river was also odorous with evil stenches which I have never smelled elsewhere, and which some day helped me to find it, since I should recognize them at once. Beyond the bridge were narrow cobbled streets with rails, and then came the ascent, first gradual, but incredibly steep, as the Rue d'Orsay was reached. I've never seen another street as narrow and steep as the Rue d'Orsay. It was almost a cliff, closed to all vehicles, consisting of the several places of flights of steps, and ending at the top in a lofty ivied wall. Its paving was irregular, sometimes stone slabs, sometimes cobblestones, and sometimes bare earth with struggling greenish gray vegetation. The houses were tall, peak-roofed, and incredibly old, and crazily leaning backward, forward, and sidewise. Occasionally an opposite pair, both leaning forward, almost met across the street like an arch, or an arc, and certainly they kept most of the light from the ground below. There were a few overhead bridges from house to house across the street. The inhabitants of that street impressed me peculiarly. At first I thought it was because they were all silent and reticent, but later decided it was because they were all very old. I do not know how I came to live on such a street, but I was not myself when I moved there. I'd been living in many poor places, always evicted for want of money, until at last I came upon that tottering house in the Rue d'Orsay, kept by the paralytic Blandet. It was the third house from the top of the street, and by far the tallest of them all. My room was on the 5th story, the only inhabited room there, since the house was almost empty. On the night I arrived, I heard strange music from the peaked garret overhead, and the next day asked old Blandet about it. He told me it was an old German viol player, a strange dumb man who signed his name as Eric Zahn, and who played evenings in a cheap theater orchestra, adding that Zahn's desire to play in the night after his return from the theater was the reason he had chosen this lofty and isolated garret room, whose single gable window was the only point on the street from which one could look over the terminating wall at the declivity and panorama beyond. Thereafter I heard Zahn every night, and although he kept me awake, I was haunted by the weirdness of his music. Knowing little of the art myself, I was yet certain that none of his harmonies had any relation to music I had heard before, and concluded that he was a composer of highly original genius. The longer I listened, the more I was fascinated, until after a week I resolved to make the old man's acquaintance. One night, as he was returning from his work, I intercepted Zahn in the hallway and told him that I would like to know him and be with him when he played. He was a small, lean, bent person, with shabby clothes, blue eyes, grotesque, satyr-like face, and nearly bald head, and at my first words seemed both angered and frightened. My obvious friendliness, however, finally melted him, and he grudgingly motioned to me to follow him up the dark, creaking, and rickety attic stairs. His room, one of only two in the steeply pitched garret, was on the west side, toward the high wall that formed the upper end of the street. Its size was very great, and seemed the greater because of its extraordinary barrenness and neglect. Of furniture there was only a narrow iron bedstead and dingy washstand, small table, a large bookcase, an iron music rack, and 3 old-fashioned chairs. Sheets of music were piled in disorder about the floor. The walls were of bare boards and had probably never known plaster, whilst the abundance of dust and cobwebs made the place seem more deserted than inhabited. Evidently, Eric Zahn's world of beauty lay in some far cosmos of the imagination. Motioning me to sit down, the dumb man closed the door, turned the large wooden bolt, and lighted a candle to augment the one he had brought with him. He now removed his vial from its moth-eaten covering, and taking it, seated himself in the least comfortable of the chairs. He did not employ the music rack, but offering no choice and playing from memory, enchanted me for over an hour with strains I have never heard before, strains which must have been of his own devising. To describe the exact nature is impossible for one unversed in music. They were kind of a fugue, with with recurrent passages of the most captivating quality, but to me were notable for the absence of any of the weird notes I have overheard from my room below on other occasions. Those haunting notes I had remembered, and had often hummed and whistled inaccurately to myself. So when the player at length laid down his bow, I asked him if he would render some of them. As I began my request, the wrinkled, satyr-like face lost the bored placidity it had possessed during the plain, and seemed to shew the same curious mixture of anger and fright which I had noticed when I first accosted the old man. For a moment I was inclined to use persuasion, regarding rather lightly the whims of senility, and even tried to awaken my host's weirder mood by whistling a few of the strains to which I listened the night before. But I did not pursue this course for more than a moment, for when the dumb musician recognized the whistled air, his face grew suddenly distorted with an expression of wholly beyond analysis. And his long, cold, bony right hand reached out, stopped my mouth, and silenced the crude imitation. As he did this, he further demonstrated his eccentricity by casting a startled glance towards the lone curtained window, as if fearful of some intruder, a glance doubtly absurd, since the garret stood high and inaccessible above all the adjacent roofs, this window being the only point of the steep street, as the concierge once told me, from which one could see over the wall at the summit. The old man's glance brought Blandit's remark to my mind, and with certain capriciousness, I felt a wish to look out over the wide and dizzying panorama of moonlit roofs and city lights beyond the hilltop, which all of the dwellers in Rue d'Ausseuil only took this crabbed musician could see. I moved toward the window, and would have drawn aside the nondescript curtains, when with a frightened rage even greater than before the dumb lodger was upon me again, this time motioning with his head toward the door as he nervously strove to drag me thither with both hands. Now thoroughly disgusted with my host, I ordered him to release me, and told him I would go at once. His clutch relaxed, and as he saw my disgust and offense, his own anger seemed to subside. He tightened his relaxing grip, this time in a friendly manner, forcing me into a chair. Then, with an appearance of wistfulness, crossing to the littered table, where he wrote many words with a pencil, in the labored French of a foreigner. The note which he finally handed me was an appeal for tolerance and forgiveness. Zan said that he was old, lonely, and afflicted with strange fears and nervous disorders connected with his music, and with other things. He had enjoyed my music to his He'd enjoyed my listening to his music, and wished I would come again and not mind his eccentricities. But he could not play to his weird harmonies, and could not bear hearing them from another, nor could he bear having anything in his room touched by another. He had not known until our hallway conversation that I could overhear his playing in my room, and now he asked me if I would arrange with Blandit to take a lower room where I could not hear him in the night. He would, he wrote, defray the difference in rent. As I sat deciphering the execrable French, I felt more lenient toward the old man. He was a victim of physical and nervous suffering, as was I, and my metaphysical studies had taught me kindness. In the silence, there came a slight sound from the window. The shutter must have rattled in the night wind, and for some reason I started almost as violently as did Eric Zan. So when I had finished reading, I shook my host I had shook my host by the hand and departed as a friend. The next day, Blandit gave me a more expensive room on the third floor between the apartments of an aged moneylender and the room of a respectable upholster. There was no one on the fourth floor. It was not long before I found that Zan's eagerness for my company was not as great as it had seemed while he was persuading me to move down from the fifth story. He did not ask me to call on him, and when I did call, he appeared uneasy and played listlessly. This was always at night. In the day he slept, and he would admit to no one. My liking for him did not grow, though the attic room and the weird music seemed to hold an odd fascination for me. I had a curious desire to look out of that window over the wall and down the unseen slope at the glittering roofs and spires which must lie outspread there. Once I went up to the garret during theater hours when Zan was away. The door was locked. What I did succeed in doing was to overhear the nocturnal playing of the dumb old man. At first I would tiptoe up to my old fifth floor. Then I grew bold enough to climb the last creaking staircase to the peaked garret. There in the narrow hall, outside the bolted door with the covered keyhole, I often heard sounds which filled me with an indefinable dread. The dread of vague wonder and brooding mystery. It was not that the sounds were hideous, for they were not, but that they held vibrations suggesting nothing on this globe of earth, and that at certain intervals they assumed a symphonic quality which I could hardly conceive as produced by one player. Certainly Eric Zan was a genius of wild power. As the weeks passed, the playing grew wilder, whilst the old musician acquired an increasing haggardness and furtiveness pitiful to behold. He now refused to admit me at any time, and shunned me whenever we met on the stairs. Then one night, as I listened at the door, I heard the shrieking viol swell into a chaotic babble of sound, a pandemonium which would have led me to doubt my own shaking sanity, had there not come from behind that barred portal a piteous proof that the horror was real. The awful, inarticulate cry from which only a mute can utter, which rises only in moments of the most terrible fear or anguish. Say atelier in French. Atelier. Atelier. It's atelier. It is atelier. Yeah, atelier. Atelier. Well, it's atelier. It's atelier. But I guess if you're saying it in English, yes, it's atelier. No. What do you mean, no? I'm the French guy here. He's saying atelier. Atelier? Atelier! Oh, you silly. It's not atelier. What? That's madness. Yeah. Atelier. I am angry. Oh no. Grumpy cat. Grumpy cat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good night. No, don't leave. There's still some of the story left. I lost my place now. Gosh dang it. No! It's Atelier though. No angry cat, come back. Yeah, exactly. Come back. Please. I'm sorry. Oh. Where was I though? I lost it. Oh. Let's see. I'm gonna reread one of the sentences. I knocked repeatedly at the door, but received no response. Afterward, I waited in the black hallway, shivering with cold and fear, till I heard the poor musician's feeble effort to rise from the floor by the aid of a chair. Believing him just conscious after a fainting fit, I renewed my rapping. Yo, 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 yo. At the same time, Um, why'd I do that? At the same time, calling out my name reassuringly. I heard Zan stumble to the window and close both shutter and sash, and then stumble to the door, which he falteringly unfastened to admit me. This time his delight at having me present was real, for his distorted face gleamed with relief, while he clutched at my coat as a child clutches at its mother's skirts. Shaking pathetically, the old man forced me into a chair whilst he sank into another, beside which his viol and bow lay carelessly on the floor. He sat for some time inactive, nodding oddly, but having a paradoxical suggestion of intense and frightening listening. Subsequently, he seemed to be satisfied, and crossing to a chair by the table, wrote a brief note, handed it to me, and returned to the table, where he began to write rapidly and incessantly. The note implored me in the name of mercy, and for the sake of my own curiosity, to wait here, to wait where I was while he prepared a full account in German of all the marvels and terrors which beset him. I waited, and the dumb man's pencil flew. It was perhaps an hour later, while I still waited, and while the old musician's feverishly written sheets still continued to pile up, that I saw Zan start as from the hint of a horrible shock. Unmistakably, he was looking at the curtained window and listening shudderingly. Then I half fancied I heard the sound myself, though it was not a horrible sound, but rather an exquisitely low and infinitely distant musical note, suggesting a player in one of the neighboring houses, or in some abode beyond the lofty wall over which I had never been able to look. Upon Zan the effect was terrible, for dropping his pencil suddenly he rose, seized his viol, and commenced to rend the night with the wildest playing I had ever heard from his bow, save from listening at the barred door. It would be useless to describe the playing of Eric Zan on that dreadful night. It was more horrible than anything I had ever overheard, because I could now see the expression of his face, and could realize that this time the motive was stark fear. He was trying to make a noise, to ward something off, or to drown something out. What? I could not imagine. Awesome though I felt it must be, the playing grew fantastic, delirious, and hysterical, yet kept to the last the qualities of supreme genius which I knew this strange old man possessed. I recognized the air. It was a wild Hungarian dance popular in the theaters, and I reflected for a moment that this was the first time I had ever heard Zan play the work of another composer. Louder and louder, wilder and wilder, mounted the shrieking and whining of that desperate viol. The player was dripping with an uncanny perspiration, and twisted like a monkey, always looking frantically at the curtained window. In his frenzied strains, I could almost see the shadowy satires and bacchanals dancing and whirling insanely through seething abysses of clouds and smoke and lightning. And then I thought I heard a shriller, steadier note that was not from the viol. Calm, deliberate, purposeful, mocking note from far away in the west. At this juncture, the shutter began to rattle in a howling night wind which had sprung up outside as if in answer to the mad playing within. Zan's screaming viol now outdid itself, emitting sounds I had never thought a viol could emit. The shutter rattled more loudly, unfastened, and commenced slamming against the window. Then the glass broke shiveringly under the persistent impacts, and the chill wind rushed in, making the candles sputter and rustling the sheets of paper on the table where Zan begun to write out his horrible secret. I looked at Zan and saw that he was past conscious observation. His blue eyes were bulging, glassy, and sightless, and the frantic playing had become a blind, mechanical, unrecognizable orgy that no pen could even suggest. Ja, B. A sudden a sudden gust, stronger than the others, caught up the manuscript and bore it toward the window. I followed the flying sheets in desperation, but they were gone before I reached the demolished panes. Then I remembered my old wish to gaze from this window, the only window in the Rue d'Orsay, from which one might see the slope beyond the wall, and the city outspread beneath. It was very dark, but the city's lights always burned, and I expected to see them there amidst the rain and wind. Yet when I looked from that highest of all gable windows, looked while the candles sputtered and the insane viol howled in the night with the night wind, I saw no city spread below, and no friendly lights gleaming from remembered streets, but only the blackness of space illimitable, unimagined, space alive with motion and music, and having no semblance to anything on earth. And as I stood there looking in terror, the wind blew out both the candles in that ancient peaked garret, leaving me in savage and impenetrable darkness, with chaos and pandemonium before me, and the demon madness of that night baying vile behind me. I staggered back in the dark without the means of striking a light, crashing against the table, overturning a chair, and finally groping my way to the place where the blackness screamed with shocking music. To save myself and Eric Zand, I could at least try, whatever the powers opposed to me. Once I thought some chill thing brushed me, and I screamed, but my scream could not be heard above the hideous viol. Suddenly, out of the blackness, the madly sawing bow struck me, and I knew I was close to the player. I felt ahead, touched the back of Zion's chair, and then found and shook his shoulder in an effort to bring him to his senses. He did not respond, and still the viol shrieked on without slackening. I moved my hand to his head, whose mechanical nodding I was able to stop, and shouted in his ear that we must both flee from the unknown things of the night. But he neither answered me nor abated the frenzy of his unutterable music, while all through the garret strange currents of wind seemed to dance in the darkness and babble. When my hand touched his ear, I shuddered, though I knew not why. Till I felt of the still face, the ice cold, stiffened, unbreathing face, whose glassy eyes bulged uselessly into the void. And then, by some miracle, finding the door and the large wooden bolt, I plunged wildly away from that glassy-eyed thing in the dark, and from the ghoulish howling of that accursed viol whose fury increased even as I plunged. Leaping, floating, flying down those endless stairs through the dark house, racing mindlessly out into the narrow steep and ancient street steps of the tottering houses, clattering down steps and over cobbles, the lower streets and the putrid canyon-walled river, panting across the great dark bridge to the broader, healthier streets and boulevards we know. All these are terrible impressions that linger with me. And I recall that there was no wind, and that the moon was out, and that all the lights of the city twinkled. Despite my most careful searches and investigations, I have never since been able to find the Rue d'Orsay. But I am not wholly sorry, either for this or for the loss in undreamable abysses of the closely written sheets, which alone could have explained the music of Eric Zan. My boy Eric. The end. Oh. Boom. That was the music of Eric Zan by H.P. Lovecraft. 3 H.P. Lovecraft stories read to you. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it. GG. Thank you. I appreciate the GGs. And now I think it is time for some Bloodborne, because I want to play. I want to play. Want to play. Meow 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 meow. Murder? Yes. Yes to murder. Blood splatter. This looks actually kind of cool. Like I look like I murdered someone in the forest. I'll sprout. Alright, we will murder now. Mm. Yum yum. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. But don't drink the well water. Bro, that was good. I do wonder what happened to Eric Zan though. What happened to him? Was he taken? And Jeff the Killer be looking a little different. Yeah, this is Josh the Killer. Gosh. Right.
Such style.
Hey, Cookies, thank you for the follow. You have such style. I appreciate it. Alright, we are moving onwards to Bloodborne. And yes, I will have to retitle the stream. Give me one moment. Bloodborne Pure Arcane build. Playthrough. Playthrough. Ado, cute. Ado's still here. Oh, lovely Ado. Yee. Ado, we're doing a pure arcane build in Bloodborne, which uses the arcane arts. Very cool. Ah, this scared me. Iris! Iris! The lovely Iris is here, everyone. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. You're playing Bug Snacks. Yum, yum, yum. Iris! Best librarian in the world. Oh no. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you, Iris, for selecting me as your raid target. Those who don't know, Iris is the best librarian around. Oh, yeah. Thank you for gifting a sub to Iris. Yay. Okay. You're just in time. We're about to switch from reading H.P. Lovecraft stories to playing Bloodborne, which was heavily inspired by Lovecraftian and Eldritch vibes. And you being an Eldritch librarian, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's amazing. Welcome in. But yes, Iris is amazing. I really appreciate it. Those who are new here, my name's Verdant Paladin. I'm a Paladin of the Sun, and I'm a variety VTuber streamer, and emo boy extraordinaire. And my role in this world is to protect the Sunstone, which brings life and light to our very own sun. And thank you, Angel, for planting a tree in my oasis. That is a redeem that where I donate $1 to Team Trees, which for every dollar donated plants a tree somewhere necessary or somewhere needed in the world. So thank you for your tree redemption. It is going to be interesting to see how many trees we plant by the end of the year, because we are nearing my 1-year anniversary this coming October. So we just have few months, 2 months, 2 or 3 months. Big ups. Heck yeah. Meow 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 meow. Let me finish. Come be comfy while I slaughter beasts. I'm gonna type that as my slaughter beasts. Good old comfy beast slaughtering, you know? Aren't you guys comfy just watching me just like chop into people? It's good. It's good. Don't question it, don't question it. Let's get Bloodborne up and running. There we go, stream on info updated. We're good to go. Good to go now. Oh shot, you only streamed for a year? Yes. Yes, I've debuted in October of 2021. And I I I love streaming. I love streaming. Yes, the Iris eyes, I love them. I gotta resub to Iris so that I can. Wait, am I need Iris emotes. I need Iris emotes in my life. The Iris eyes are like best eyes. Yes. Big ups to you. I like you. Yo no. Hey no no no. Oh. Thank you. Big ups to you though. Big ups to you. My eye emotes are some of the most used. Yes, they're so good though. Iris has lovely eyes. Yes. I feel safe and comfy with you, Vern. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Ow, ow, ow. Yes, it was good times. I love you guys. I love you guys lots, and I always got your back. Yeah, the Lovecraftian stories we read for today were Cool Air. We read also The Color Out of Space, and we also read The Music of Eric Zan, which are pretty good reads. I recommend. And they're fairly short. Kind of. Maybe. A little bit. A little bit. Just a little bit. So yeah, let's get Bloodborne activated. Ah, my neck. That's fine. That's part of the horror aesthetic. My neck snaps. Yes. Fine. No question it. Beep. Beep beep. I beep. I beep. I beak and I beak. I beep and I slay. And I slay and I slaughter and I massacre and I squish. Squish? Who squish? Are you squish? You are Slactopus after all, which I would assume is as squishy as an octopus. Perhaps. Perhaps. Your head squished. Yes. The gravity of the earth here got crazy all of a sudden. Now it's back. It's back now. The sun was just trolling me. Or no. What creates gravity? What what is gravity? What are you? Tell me. Tell me how you're formed and why you tell me. Tell me. Tell me why ain't nothing but a horse on my head. Tell me why. Oh, thank you for the head pats. Yay. Oh. Hugging Vern someday is at the top of my bucket list. Oh. That's so arcane, so sweet. Thank you. I would love to hugs. Big hugs. I may be an octopus, but I'll be your cuttlefish. Cute! That's so cute! That's awesome. Well said, Slactopus. Heck yeah. Big ups. Ain't nothing but a meow meow. Tell me why. Alright. Give me 1 second, I'll get the Okay, you gotta alright. You gotta settle down there. Boop. Alright, let me turn the capture on now. Oops. Huh? You're adorable. No, you're adorable. What the heck? No. You're all adorable. Oh. You guys are great. Yeah, I agree. Big ups, big hearts. Oh, I should probably change my background now. Alright, let's leave the forest now, guys. We don't need this horror aesthetic anymore. Boop, 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 boop. Don't question it. Don't question my choices, alright? Don't. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Meow, 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 meow. I'd be here? Where do you guys want me to stand? You want me to... Maybe I should stand away from the chat. I'll be over here while we play. I hope that's okay. If it's not okay, I'm sorry. Then I'll move the head pats so that you're not just petting the air. But it's good to pet the air. You gotta show appreciation to the air we breathe. We wouldn't be alive if it's not for the air. Gonna do a lurky lurk? Of course, Iris. Thank you so much for choosing me again as your raid target. You're such a sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Iris is very underrated, everyone. Please check her out. She is the bomb. The bomb diggity. Alright. We will play now. Ready as a cutie patootie? Oh, no. Iris is Pog, yes. First one will be a cuddle hug, but then I'm gonna deliver another, more violent, spine-shattering hug. No, no. Youchies. Big ouchies. We're all extremely attractive. Let's go get jobs as models. Steven Universe. Nice. How was it? It was weird. Yes, this is a pure arcane playthrough. We're playing as Katharina. Perfect cat cosplay. Normally, this is what I normally do in my build. I normally try to get HP over to 1000 HP or more. Like minimum 1000. So my vitality would be preferably in the 60s or 70s range. But this is a pure arcane build we're talking about, so I can't put points into vitality. I need to put points into arcane. And as the arcane in the chat knows, the more arcanes there are, the more powerful the arcane. Yes. So don't question my logic. Don't question it. So we're gonna do stuff. It'll be fun. Alright, let's go get some bullets. I forgot where we were, honestly. We were doing something. Okay, that's probably too much. Get some bullets. 20 some odd bullets. 8,000? That's a lot for bullets, but I guess you can't put a price on death. You don't question that. You don't question these things. I could always farm them, but we just started, you see, so obviously we gotta get straight to the action. Am I right? Or am I right? Alright, so I forgot where I was. We defeated Rom, that's right. We defeated Rom, and the blood the blood moon has risen. It's not bloody in the dream though. I guess we'll see it later. We're gonna go to Central Yarnum because the guy probably turned into a beast there. And if you guys didn't watch Adel's Bloodborne playthrough, I highly recommend you do, because she goes AFK at some point while going to Central Yarnum, and the beast just starts like attacking her while she's AFK, and yeah, we just start panicking, and she returns just in time. So funny. Yeah, there he is. Hello there. Sorry, man. Law Mark. He broke out of his cage. Oh no. Yeah, very spooky. 'Cause yeah, he stands like right here, right? So, like during the loading screen, it went AFK, and he was just like, "Rah!" and he knocked her all the way to this ladder. And thankfully, she was like here or something. And then during one of his lunges, he jumped off the ladder. It was so funny. It was very silly. Meow, 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 meow. The next boss we will undergo is, well, after Rom. I mean, we could go anywhere. The world is our oyster. However, I know not. Yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna wing it. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Yeah, usually my go-to sword would definitely be Ludwig's Holy Blade. Did you know that the Saw Cleaver, though, scales with Arcane? It has descaling in Arcane. Isn't that interesting? I thought only Tonitrus scaled with Arcane because it was like this elemental weapon, right? The Saw Cleaver just by itself scales with it. Pretty cool. Pretty neato. I gotta think on what I gotta do. I guess Yarhar Ghul is a destination we can go to. It's probably the only one we can really go to. You think? There's obviously the DLC, but I won't touch that until a bit later on. We already killed the amygdala. I definitely should have seen the correct pathing. But I digress. Yarhar Ghul it is. We're gonna go to the scary place with the scary things, and it's gonna be wild. Very spooky, very much wowzers. Very much wowzers. Anyway, since this is an arcane build, I want to show you what it means to be arcane. Obviously, it's more than just swinging their weapon, right? So here, let me show you the act of arcane usage. First, we're gonna make use of our blood bullets, because we don't want to really use our regular bullets, if we can help it. And then we want to switch to Executioner's gloves, primarily. Because these gloves allow the use of arcane blood destruction. And it's very cool. This place, yes, this place is very spooky with all the amygdala creatures. Damn! Look at that! How cool is that? Was that cool? Or was that cool? I'd say that's pretty cool. Ah! Alright, these guys normally can't be killed. They respawn, which is really annoying. Oh, he's still alive. Oh. Regen a bit. See if I could get through all this crap. Raw. Wrecked. And we go, 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 and we go, 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 then we go, then we go, then we go, go. Oh, you're still alive. I killed your wench, and now you are no more. Your invincibility is no more, at least. Low. We'll take this. Bolt. Oh, Bolt Damp Gem. That could be good for good switcheroo if we need it. Oh! Hear scary things. I'm not questioning it. We don't question scary things around here. We become scary things. Oh, oh hey, how's it going? Boop. Ah. Yarhar Ghul. Where'd you come from? What the heck? You're gonna have to make me use my gloves. Oh, this is awkward. Oh! I have more blood bullets. You're doomed. Bam! Get wrecked. I'll take those blood vials back. Thank you. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Heir to the throne. How's it going? All the dark shade with you blush is strange to see. Is it strange? I'm not allowed to be yandere for my love? My love. Oh god. God, go behind them. Blah 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 blah. I need to kill you because you're causing issues. Sorry, you need to die. Sorry. Blood curdling scream. I'll take this, thank you. Path is popping off, I'm just saying. He is killing it now. Yabu. Or Yabu. Always just not used to seeing it, yes. So now time to encounter some amygdala laser beams. In fact, wait, maybe I don't want to encounter that one's laser beams. He's a meanie. Excuse me, excuse me. Ow. Oh no. I'm not gonna question things. I don't remember what's down here, but we're gonna YOLO it, I suppose. Bang. Whoa. This is embarrassing. There's a lot of people. Oh god. Ladies, please. Oh no. Stay back. Well, it burns because you're chasing me. What are you doing? Leave me alone, man. We obviously have to go for the minigun man. Oh, he's back! Oh! I'm gonna open this. What's up? Oh! Where is that bell bearer that's causing this ruckus? I need to slay her. I also want this treasure. You can't stop me. Tiny to nitrous, it's mine. So long, suckers.
Wait. Wait.
Oh god. I didn't realize an amygdala was right there. Jeez. That's horrifying. I'm gonna go now. No. No. You can't make me. You can't make me. You can't make me. Let's go see the laser beams. Shoot your laser beams. Yeah, laser beams. Ah. Don't do it again though. No, don't do it again. No, don't do it again. Oh, you hit hard. Oh. Go away. This is my room. Go away. You gonna leave? You gonna leave? Good. Leave me alone. Can a girl get some privacy? I'm amazing, thank you. Yes, you are. I'd stick around for more, but I must hop off. Thank you for entertaining me with some Lovecraft. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you. Thank you. Always a blessing to spend time with those you love. And I really appreciate everything. I really appreciate you. Oh. Why are you so spooky, man? Why are you spooky, man? I hear bells. I see meows of green. Skies of blue. Then I meow meow. I meow for you. And I say to myself, what a wonderful meow. Oh no. Doggy, stop it. Doggy, stop it. I'm low health. Can't you see this is a low vitality build? No. I'm in danger. No. No, leave me alone. Who are you? Go away. Stop it. We don't have to fight. This is unnecessary. Oh great, there's a beast in here. Don't question this, don't question. What are you? You're not a beast. You're an abomination. Now we're seeing true horror. What was that? Spooky. I'm gonna eat a cheeseburger. An emotional support cheeseburger. It's a skig. Ah, can't talk. It's a skiggly wiggly. You want cheeseburger, Adel? I would absolutely share with you. Yum, yum, yum. Alright, where's this bell woman? There's a bell woman that controls all of this, but I don't know where she is. As you can see, it's quite the bother. Yes, very much so. Now we will go down the steps to defeat the Huns. No. Defeat this thing. Executioner's gloves! Spam it! No mercy! It hit the pole. That sucks. He just walked away! He just walked away! Dude. Don't walk away while I'm trying to mess with you. Get over here. Oops, wrong thing. One more glove. Wrong way! Wrong way! Rap! Rap, lap, lap! Yay! It's so silly. Great googly moogly, Hamilton. Yes, you're so cultured. Maggie and the ferocious beast. Oops. I should get food. Yeah, go get food. Yum yum yum. You guys deserve a yummy meal. Now the question is, where do I go from here? There's like 2 dudes here. Maybe I can lure this guy out. Hey you! Get over here. Oh, you got wrecked. Oh, I echoed all of them! Oh no! No, they're mad. They're mad. They're mad. Oh my god! They're angry at me. Oh wait. You're gonna get executioned. Ah! You got wrecked. Lock off! Run away! Retreat! Run away! Wrecked. Wrecked. Stay away, I have executioner's gloves and they hurt a lot. Oh, you're scary. Okay. No, we're gonna go back upstairs. I'm just gonna go back upstairs, it's fine. We ran out of room. I'm not gonna question it. Come. Spam! Run! Quick. Get rectomized, bucko. Oh, they're pushing the corpse like it's alive. Jeezums, that was spooky. Never fear when you have epic gloves of doom. You got blasted, my man. You got blasted. Come. Boop. Perish. Oh, I got sandwiched. Damn it! I would have had that guy. He was one shot. Stupid saw cleaver doesn't do enough damage. Raw. Curses. Oh, mine was Phineas and Ferb reference. Wait, really? They say great googly moogly? Phineas and Ferb? Ah. Meow, meow, meow. I should get more bullets. I should get more bullets. I will get more bullets. I will get more bullets. Gosh dang it. Even using blood bullets, it's so bullet intensive. I gotta get my arcane to 99 to make it so I don't have to shoot as often. I gotta. I must. It beckons. It beckons. 9k should be well more than enough. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the old dude with the mustache, that's like the head guy for Perry, says that a lot. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The mission debriefing guy. I know him. Yum, yum, yum. Wait, I didn't pick up his item. I just realized I didn't pick up the third guy's item. Oops. I was too confident. Oh, it's still there. Uh-oh. Let's go check. Where is this bell-bearing whammon? Where is she? Where are you ringing your bell, mademoiselle? Oh, I see you. I saw where it came from. You're in that corner. I saw you. He's here. He's over here. Aha! I solved it. You are now not immortal, and I could take you out if I wanted to, but probably won't, just for convenience sake. Alright, now I return to my dwelling, or where I died. Oh, the items are there. Okay, good. Cool beans. And so begins the chaos. Ready for a wild time. Oh my god, they plunging attacked me! Dude! Rude. The beast is back. Oh, this is bad. This is not gonna be good for me. Yeah, we're in trouble. How's it going? I gotta get rid of you first, because there's some people after me. Okay, I got rid of the beast. How's it popping? We're gonna not fight in here, because this is very close quarters. And the 2v1 would easily annihilate me. And so we will battle up these stairs. I could just spam my thing and destroy you. Be great. Doesn't do as much as I would have otherwise like, so we're gonna try actual combat. Being solely dependent on Executioner's gloves for a hunter fight is not necessarily the way to go. So hopefully we can get some parries in. Like so. Still doesn't do that much damage. They have pretty good defense. This is quite a fix. Quite a fix indeed. Welcome. Okay, trading is not worth. I've come to realize trading is not worth hassle. Whoa! I did not mean to shoot there. Okay. Lock on, please. I beg. Thank you. Lock on to this ruffian. There we go. That's the way. Back with pizza? Welcome back. We are currently fighting for our lives, but I mean, it's important to keep cool in situations like these. So realize that the staircase is not necessarily the best course of action for Executioner's gloves. Okay, dude, you're going ham. God. No. No, no, no. No, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh. Alright, so we'll release them. Even this room's not too great, but we're gonna do it anyway. YOLO! Wrecked. You got obliterated. That's what happens when you mess with the best. You guys take a lot out of me. Perish! Excellent. Alright, let's go get our items. Well-deserved items. 16 Quicksilver bullets. We got all our bullets back. Awesome. That pays back for that. We just need the blood vials back. Well, Kath is the best. You are not wrong. Kath is truly outstanding. Extraordinary. I need to finish my burger. My yummy, yummy burger. Oh. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I will take this item now, thank you. Claw mark, nice. Oh. No gremlin this time. Burger sounds so good right now. I wish I could share with you guys for real. I would absolutely have a yummy meal with you guys any day. Oh god, what is that? Oh my god, it's a box of Skelemans. Alright, you need to put out your misery, my man. Boy. Let's rid that from the world. Okay, so now we have a few options. There's a boss over here. Is an abomination. I don't really think there's much else here to collect. I think I got most of it. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll return. We'll get our blood vials back up, and then we'll do that boss fight. Hey, we have plenty of well, that goes to spare for leveling up. Hey, LM, welcome in. Yum 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 yum. It'll be a potluck. We will all bring different meals to share. Yes. Same here. I want to be a grandmother and feed you all. Ow! No, Moon, what are you doing? No. Why you bonk? Oh, you bonk me? No, I bonk you. Bro. Alright. Cool.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well, let me stand.
Moon. Hope you're doing well, Ellen, and Moon, and everyone. You're having a grand old time. I really want to get to level 20 vitality. But alas, here we are. We will level our arcane some more. Thank you for the head pats, Moon. Oh, how the turntables. Yes, indeed. Indeed.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Cute. Is that a Adel doll I see? Cute. A bit sad because I wanted to stream, but had problems with the delivery of my mic. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh. Oh, I know that feeling though when it comes to technical difficulties. 100%. You're not alone. I'll definitely check out your stream whenever you're ready. I'm sure everyone will be waiting for you with open arms. Hello, hi, I just got here. How are you all? And Cat's ass. I am well. How do you do, first time chatter? Thanks for asking, of course. Hello all. Hello. Wait, what's happening? Why? Oh no. What happened, Moon? Moon. We're gonna fortify our saw cleaver to +8, which will grant us a little bit more yums. Oh, it also improves the strength scaling from D to C, but I mean, our strength's not too great, so it doesn't really make much of a difference. Here are blood gems real quick. Kinda weird that I still have it on the recovery gem. These are all poo-poo. Attack versus the kin is up though. This one. Poison attack. And nothing's better with that one, at least. This bolt gem's way better, though. I don't think I'll need bolt yet. Maybe I will? This next creature, it's gonna be an abomination. Now, are abominations considered kin, or are they like, is that next boss gonna be a beast? I don't remember. Kin hunter. I don't know if bolt is gonna be good against them, or fire. I am confusion. Why you have to scare me? When you scaring people? Come on now. You can't do that. I don't remember. I mean, burn it with fire, right? I'm sure we'll be fine with fire. Besides, most of our attacks are going to come from our Executioner's gloves anyway, so... Not that worried about it. More blood echoes from visceral attacks, nice. I think this is really screaming sauce to me. Moon is cute. Moon is the most cute vampire we've ever seen. Alright, let's go to Central Yawnem to grind some blood vials. Then we will defeat that abomination. And yeah, it'll be an easy win. Kind of worried about the boss fight with the boss fight in Canehurst Castle. Because that one you can't use your Executioner's gloves, because he uses arcane, so he's highly arcane resistant. So even with 99 arcane, you won't do a dent. So why do you have to scare me? That one always scares me. Why do you do that to me? How dare you? How dare. You're gonna regret that. Monk. Monka S.
Calm down, Kaiba. It's just a game.
The phrase "it's just a game" is such a weak mindset. You are okay with what happened.
Losing. Imperfection of a craft. When you stop getting angry at losing, you've lost twice.
It's so funny. It's good. It's good. Calm down, Kaiba. It's just a game. I wish that was like a... I wish that was an actual Yu-Gi-Oh quote. I wonder why I couldn't clip the rest of that. Like, I would preferably want the full thing. I wonder why I didn't. I'll have to figure that out. Soon there will be great amounts of excellent sound clips, as for sure. Plan to get one of Picture Faye and of my other friends as well. Be awesome to get one of each. Friendo. Because we already have one of Crowan. Crowan's Meows. Crowan joining the Meow crew. Meow Meows. Raw. Alright, so satisfying. This makes me feel good. I feel good. Nani? What? What, the crow meows? You Nani-ing the crow meows? Get the crow meows now. You get the crow meows free of charge.
Meow, 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 meow.
It's good. It's good, it's good. Legendary. That is meow singing goals, you know? So cute. It is good. I was considering also getting my voice clip of when I'm like suffering in Pikmin 1, when I'm like, what? But then I stopped myself because I realized, well, Laylo already has that clip. That definitely needs to be a Laylo stream exclusive if you want to hear my tortured why. Why? It's good. She also has a sound clip of me meowing. Particularly the Dear You Higurashi song. Or no. Oh yeah. The Dear You Higurashi song. Meow 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 meow. Something like that. It's good. It's good. Meow 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 meow. You all, yeah. At some point or another, you gotta meow. You gotta meow your heart out. You gotta meow your best meow. Every day I strive to meow my best meow. I mean, don't question it, don't question it. Wise words to live by.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. You're under arrest? For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A Chinese succulent meal? Yes, the answer is yes. Legendary. Rest in peace to that guy. Ew, sweaty clothes. Like you're in a Smash Bros convention. MMO? Alright. We bang 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 and we bang bang bang. I'm just gonna grab these while I'm here. Why not? Need to wash those clothes? Yeah. Important. Can't be stylish and sweat, no? I guess this is a moment where I could speak for myself, because it is summer and the temperatures are insane, and I continue to wear black arrogantly even though it's burning my brains out. So my arrogant style, they're be stylish or die trying. That's my motto. Alright, time for the abomination boss. Are you guys ready to see an abomination? I sure am. And please take care of yourself. I am! Of course I am. I'm taking care of myself through style. The style fuels me. Same, I'm quite the stinky little guy right now because it's so hot, but I'm also too lazy to get clean. Oh, a little stinky, a little stinker. Oh, Pardon me, pardon me. Excuse me. I didn't get hit yet. I'm a pro. Did I ever mention I'm a pro gamer? But yes. I totally get that. I totally understand. Some days... Get away from me, you're scaring me, man. Oh! They're shooting. Oh! No! Time to avoid all the abominations. Time to avoid all the abominations. We got a serpentine. This is how we avoid their ranged attacks. It's pro gamer skills in a nutshell, you see. I say... Oh god. Do they go into the boss arena? I shall unstink tomorrow. Yes. Unstink at your nearest convenience. Whoa. That girl's ratchet. Sorry. You ready for abomination? Get ready. Get ready. It's gonna be yucky. It's gonna be yucky. Ooh, it's oozing. Ew! Ew! Gross! Ew! Yuck! Ew! That's actually disgusting. That's actually mortifying. Yeah, that is not pleasant. And so we will destroy this abomination from the earth. Ow. Turns out they can indeed attack you still. Ow. Where the fuck is the stairs? Where's the staircase? I thought it was here. It's not here apparently. I fucked up. It was a great boss fight. Did you see that? See that? The amount of damage we did? It was skill. It was skill. Pure skill. Never fight bosses without enough vitality. Not recommended. Not fun. But your arcane builds are fun when you get your shite together, I suppose. Step aside. Step aside. I need to get my souls. My souls, you see. Well, what's up, Kath? What's up, Kath? Would that be your reaction to seeing the abominations like these? I don't blame you. This is an abomination trying to chase you right now. Woohoo, yeah, let's go first time. You got this. Exactly, exactly. First try, first try. Okay, you can piss off with that double spam hit. Nope. Nope. We're having none of this bullshit. Nope. There's too much bullshit here. I don't like it. No, I don't approve of it. We're out of here. We're serpentining, serpent whining. One of those. Where the hell's the stairs at, bruv? Alright, we gotta find the stairs ASAP. They're somewhere here. Where are they? Are they on the other side? I guess they're on the other side. I thought they were on the right. Are they not? Where are they? Where the fuck are the stairs, dude? I might just have to fight this thing without the stairs. Oh, there it is. I apologize for my squawking. The reason we need to go up the stairs is for these whamming. They keep ringing bells, they keep throwing flame crap at us. I don't like it. Kath is slaying the whammon. Kath slay! Alright. Alright. Stop ringing. Ring a ding ding, baby. Wrecked. And that's all the ringers. The ringers and the bingers, the bing bongs. Oh god. Guacaday keeps the abominations at bay. Hey, why are you screaming at me, man? Oh, nice. Okay, now you're dropping sludge crap on me? Rude. You're dropping more sludge crap on me. Stop dropping sludge crap. Meanie? Oh, nice. Did I do, like, no damage at all? What the hell was that? Oh, it's because it never reached him. Still not doing anything. What? What's with the lack of damage? See if I can do more damage just by attacking. I gotta go after his butt. Because I said so. That is gross. I think I don't have arcane leveled enough, which is a shame. Which I did, but clearly we are underleveled. I just ran back into that. Why did I do that? You still launching crap at me, huh? Like launching crap at me?
Why I launch crap at you, huh? Bam! Bam, bam, bam!
Yeah, not worth. It does like 250 damage per thing, so I don't get it. It's not happening. Oh god. Gotta keep an eye on my health. Oh, gross. No. I do not consent to any of this nastiness. I don't know what the weak spot is either. Is it the guy? Is it the poop hole? I know not. Here we are. You're gonna drop a bunch of corpses on me, aren't you? Yep, there they are. Oh, sludge! Ow. It's bad. That sludge is bad. Bad for the soul. Bad for the heart. And we burn, and we burn, and we burn, burn, burn. Can you connect? Gosh dang it. There's a poop amount of damage there. Poop. Not enough. Not enough damage. I don't approve. I don't approve of the lack of damage here, people. Raw. I don't approve. Stop dumping bodies on me, man. Okay. You can AoE if you want, that's fine. He's dumping more bodies on me, that's great. That's fine. Yucky, man, yucky. Ray out healed. No! I can't do anything. I'm gonna go back up to where it's safe and contemplate my life. Yeah, so we're out of heals, we're out of bullets, we're out of everything of use. So that's, I mean, that's fantastic. Bolt paper won't do anything. I mean, we could try Molotovs and the flame sprayer. Would burning the mofo work? There's only one way to find out. We do have Yosefska's Blood Vial too for any additional healing we need. So we're gonna rely on that. Stop dropping crap on me, man. I'm contemplating how I'm defeating you. Or attempting to. Stop kicking me. No, no kicks. No kicks. Burn! Damn it. If I had my healing item on, I would have healed in time. We're under leveled! Arcane builds suck dick at this stage! Confirmed. Alright. Let's get our arcane up. I don't know where to get souls. I really don't. But whatever. We'll make do. Do whatever we gotta do, I guess. Awfully disappointing. You know you're wonderful and amazing, V. You're wonderful and amazing. That was poop. That was poop. I expected more damage. 250. 250 damage! Not even. 240 something damage. Every glove you use. That is poo-poo. That is poo-poo platter. That is poo-poo caca. Pee-pee poo-poo. I don't approve. Does not get Verd seal of approval. Whatsoever. Mm-mm. 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 No way. No way, Jose. Yeah, give me a moment. I gotta contemplate life. Maybe we're doing this boss too late in the game. Then again, he was really close, but that took me literally everything. Stomach hurts from laughing, please. Sorry. I'm sorry. No. Meow 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 meow. That was Garbopulous. Where the heck are the? Where's the? Where? What? 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 I watch way too many YouTube videos. I gotta scroll through all the raw, all the crud. How are you guys doing? How are you guys feeling? Oh, my neck is snapping. That's something that's happening with me. Lol. Lol. I think we gotta get to the Celestial Emissary, which I've never fought before. This will be interesting. If you can load YouTube, that'd be amazing of you. No, you're not gonna load. That's fine. You can not do anything if you don't want to. Go for it. Just not do anything. That's great. That's great. What? No, what? No! What are you doing? Sorry. Sorry. Doing alright, just happy because my mom bought me a really cute jacket. Oh, cute! Oh, I'm sure you look great. Stylish. I'm sure you're stylish. Absolutely. Doing good this evening, just planning on when to stream, yeah. I'm just taking a breather. A breather.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Maybe. Don't question it. Don't question it. For what reason? Wowzers. You questioning my every move? LM! Indeed, it's a 2010 Canada Winter Olympics jacket, and the little mascot on it is so adorable. Oh, cute! That's awesome. That's great. Meow 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 meow. Then I meow 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 meow. Alright. I have a somewhat idea of where we're gonna go. Somewhat. Meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. We're gonna go back to the first bonfire. Because I missed stuff. Missed that caged item. That perplexes me so. Hopefully we could get some souls on the way. Some blood echoes for our bloody, yeah. That's a lot of people. Gosh. Wait, I just realized I have 0 blood vials. Gosh dang it, that's annoying.
You gotta go back to farm your blood vials.
I know I want to play the Untitled Goose Game and be that silly chaotic goose. It was a good game, I never played it though. But I know I would enjoy it. It's late and I am sleepy, so I'm going to bed. I hope you have a lovely evening. I hope you have a lovely sleep. Wonderful, lovely Kath. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. I'm gonna keep going until I defeat at least a boss or two. I mean, I'd be so disappointed to not defeat any. So we're gonna keep going. Meow meow meow. Oh. Meow 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 meow. No. No. Fun V and everyone else. Thank you, Kat. You're the best. You're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever meow me meow. Nothing's gonna ever meow me meow. You're the best. Meowed. Get it? Nothing's gonna ever meow me meow. You're the best. Meow. Nothing's gonna ever meow me meow. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, man. Classic loading screen simulator. Come. Okay. I missed. That was bad timing. Incorrect prediction with movement. Or perhaps too bloodlust. Too much bloodlust. You know what? I'm gonna kill the wheelchair guy every now and then, so I can snatch his free bullet. Like so. Give me them bullets, boy. I want them. I want them all. You ain't hiding them from me. Oh, Angel. Thank you so much for continuing the gift sub you got from Moon. I praise the sun. Oh, let's go. You rock. Thank you so much for supporting me. Got to be here for my favorite paladin. Oh, you're so nice. I'm very blessed to have you. Oh. Meow 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 meow. Alright. A few more times and then we can move on to a cool boss I actually never fought in my first playthrough of the game. I don't think. That'll be interesting. My timing is just too good. What the heck, man? That proceeds to miss. That's fine. We don't question those times. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Burn them up. Burn them up. I will take more bullets, man. Alright. Be one or two more times and then we can roll up. Roll up, roll up, roll up. Roll up. Alright, here's a question for you all. Would you, if you had the choice between them not existing at all or owning a Neko slave boy or slave girl? Maybe not slave, but like in Nekopara, you know how they have their owner? Would you own a Neko boy or a Neko girl? Or would you deny that? I'm sorry, what? A Neko boy, Nekopara, a Neko boy or a Neko? Why are you Yabane? That's a. It's Nekopara. You remember the Nekopara? It's cute. It's a cute game. Stop, Yabane! I thought you were going to bed, cat. Let me ask my Neko questions. Would you own a Neko companion? Yeah, I thought you were going to bed. But why is there more Yabane? Wow, I see. These are for conversations when I leave. No, I'm just saying the Yabane spam wouldn't be occurring at this instance. What do you mean Yabanes? Why are you Yabane? Fine, I retract my question. I don't think I'd own one because weird power imbalance, but I would totally like to be a companion of one. Yes. I am the same way. Because owning people, even Nekos, is a bit off. Owning a cat is good. Owning Neko, this is too much. But Nekopar is cute because it's like, why am I owning people is not good for you? Cat, stop it! Stop digging my grave. Stop it. You know I didn't mean it like that. I meant in the sense of Nekopar, I just didn't phrase it well. I'm a doofus and I don't know the right verbiage. Because in Nekopar they're more of like cat maids. I don't know. So I said it wrong, alright? I take it back. Plus you could give them pets and scratch behind the ears and make them happy, exactly. It's cute. Neko companion, yes. Oni one, no. No, I don't know this game or anime. It's both. It's a game and an anime. It's a visual novel. Yeah. Yeah. I see. Judging me. You're judging me. Cat, stop it. Stop. No. Stop. Don't sip. No. Don't sip at me. How dare you? Because I would be a Neko boy companion. I would be like a side, not a side character, but like a, like I would be like a Neko boy, companion to a protagonist in a story. That'd be cute. But I've seen it's very cute. It is! It is very cute. I like you just the way you are. Yeah. Thank you. Stop sipping at me! Stop it. Banning sip emotes. This that gives so many pets, and you get the coziest blankets to snuggle in. Exactly. Because with my actual cats, like I do a lot of cat-like things with them. Like I lay on the ground a lot, and I head mush mush mush. Like I mush mush. I head mush 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 mush. Yes. It was good. I see that as a pet then and not a companion. Why are you still on about that? Are you against the Kath is officially against the idea of having a Neko companion. I can't believe it. Ah! Neko Catboy and girls can live their own lives without us. Yeah, but they're so cute! They're so cute! And I want to give them head pats. And they would eat kibble. I don't know what they eat. Do they eat human food or kibble? I don't know. Ah! Everything's fine, we're fine. Everything's fine. See, that's why I asked the question, because I knew there would be some who would want a Neko companion and some who would be opposed. I knew it. And yet you're making me seem like I'm a freak. And I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate it. Oh. Oh. Ah. Bruh. It'd be like having a roommate that you give pets to. Exactly, it's so cute. Yeah, the concept is really cute. Kath is having like a moral, a moral like dilemma. I disagree with the fact that we are not allowing them to have a choice in the pets. They have free will. Consent is important. Yes, I agree. It's true. And that is not to say that they're not dummies. They would have to approve the pets, of course. But yeah, I'm just saying. I made a hypothetical situation where Nekos existed and whether or not you'd want to have a Neko companion. That's it. That's all I was inferring to. You can't do that. Yeah, it wouldn't be like an adoption thing. Yeah, exactly. I'd prefer if it was like where we all coexist and can just become friends, and if we wanted to live in the same house, that'd be cool. Exactly. And then give them head pats. Be the best. Because then it'd be cute, because they'd also have the tail, and they would... When they'd be happy, they would tail waggle, and... Really cute. That's really cute. And if you think I'm a freak for thinking that, then that's on you. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm just living my life. I'm just a weeb imagining Neko friends. Neko friends. Let's see. Where do we go from here? Yes, the tail. Yes. Indubitably. The upper cathedral key. I don't know where that leads. Interesting. Meow, 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 meow. Then we meow, then we meow, 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 meow. Too tired for this conversation? Just yeah. Head to bed. Head to bed. Gotta get that beauty rest. Agreed, agreed. Wholeheartedly. If I leave Vita's weird. What are you talking about? It's just talking about Nekos! There's nothing weird about Nekos. And if you think there's anything weird about Nekos and being friends with Nekos, then get out. Get out right now. Yeah, I am a pro Neko household. And yeah, Nekos are not weird. They're cute. And we give them head pats. That's what I've been saying! I don't know why you've been twisting my words around. I've been saying it like in a weird way. Neko companions. That's what I've said. As in roommates or friends. Companions, compadres, homies. I don't pet my friends. You should. I love head pats. I'd accept head pats from friends. And if you think that's weird, then lay off. Rap lap lap. Rap lap lap. I still don't know where to go from here. I really don't. I'm just gonna wing it. Yes. That's because you're cute. Wait, what does that mean? Of course Emma's cute, but okay. That means I can't. Okay, confirmed. I'm not cute. Confirmed. I'm not cute, and I can't head pat my friends. My head pat privileges have been taken away. I see. I see how it is. Oh ho ho ho. What? Stop! No! No! I give head pats to all. Yes, exactly. Does not open from this side? Wait, how do I open it then? No! No, I refuse! How do I get on that side? What? Where? Noni? Noni? Oh god, abomination. Okay, that's nice. Yep. That's one big ol' abomination right there. Nope. Moving with the outright nope. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. I don't know what to do. I know not. I am lost. Is it? I need to find a way. I need to find a way through specific door. I don't know, man. I don't know what I've been told. These meow meows are meow meow meow. Then I meow meow, then I meow meow. And then I meow some more, then I meow meow. Where the heck is here? Where is here? What? Where is this? I don't know where that is. I'm assuming with the key I just got, I'm assuming that now I have the potential to go through the upper cathedral ward? I'm the one that gets lost, V. You can't get lost, that's my thing. Back to the void I go. No, no voids. Only love. Upper cathedral. So that's just that cathedral ward. I think. I don't know. I have no idea. Just winging it at this point. Because I have zero clue. Ugh. Oh well. We shall see as we go, I suppose. Heck? What she said. Okay.
Forgive me, I'm a bit out of sorts.
Oh no.
So, no blood today, I'm afraid.
Is they okay? Want to consume the blood of others. Yum yum yum. Tasty. Alright, so I'll try the Upper Cathedral Ward. I have a feeling that I doubt it. I doubt it's where I need to go. I really do. But we could try anyway. This world's finished. This meow's finished. Oh jeez. Ow. Ow. Okay. All is well. You play with a rat. It's so mean. Why you got to be so mean? Don't you know I am a queen? Why you got to be so mean? Oh. Oh. Wait. No flamethrower for you, old man. No, sir. Opened with Upper Cathedral key. Aha! Aha! What the hell is that thing? What? What is it? What is that? I'm killing it. Nope. That's a nope. We slaughter those. Okay. That's not something I approve of. It's the only way up here? I guess so. I guess we're crossing over. Hey, buddy boys. Bang. Ow. Bang. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, no. You know what? You have activated my wrath. Perish. Cool. Look at that view. Look at that view. Gothic architecture as far as the eye can see. Beautiful. Love. I live for this. I live for this. What the hell? Okay, don't live for this. Kill these things. Kill these abominations. You don't like those. A lantern. Aha. So is this where we were trying to get to? Probably. Slaughter more abominations, of course. Can we open this? Closed by a device. Well, how do I open that device? Why am I just murdering a bunch of like... Oh no! They gave me frenzy! Ah! That's not fair. You can't do that. Okay, noted. Don't let those things touch you, because otherwise you will go mad. Oops. Oh god. They're coming. Oh yeah, the Gothic arts. Yes, it's beautiful. It's not as big of a swoop as I would have liked. God, gross, the gross. Okay, good. Those abominations are out of the way. Never mind. Birds. Calm down. Perish. Rar, 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 angry burbs. Drink. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Such a good view. Hang on, let me kill this guy, and then I'll check out the view from... Why are you pointing at me, man? Ow! Okay, now I see why. You hurt me. I also ran in face first into fire. That was very smart. Bang! Good stuff. Alright, now I want to see the view. The unadulterated view. Look at that. It's stunning. Wowzers. Run into the fire, it is the light. I do not recommend you run face first into a flame. Choir garb. That guy was consuming that choir person. Very yucky. Oh, I hear splattering noises, I don't like it. Ew. I'm taking this. It's not open from this side, why not? Open the door, Stinky. Open it. Open the door. He's not opening it. What the? What the? What are you? No. I'm not dealing with you right now. Go away. No. You can't do that to me. You just burst through the window. You're not allowed doing that. Gosh dang it. The slippery, sloppy sounds, I don't like them. I don't like them. A guy hanging up there? What are you doing? What do you think you're doing on that chandelier, bucko? Hanging on there. He owns the place. Do I have to go down there? Alright. I'm more than likely going to be confronted by that beast that is on the... You broke it! Oh my god, there's 3 of them! Oh my god! Oh! Oh! Can they enter through the door or not? I guess not. See ya, suckers. Get wrecked. So mad. Why would they charge? What? They just came from... Okay. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. Fine. Be ravaged by 3 giant beasts that swung and destroyed the chandelier, and that was very spooky. I will admit. That was spooky indeed. Let's get past all these abominations. Much as they should be destroyed. Okay. Pay them no mind. You, sir. You perish. Give me my bullets back. No? Not even gonna give my bullets back? No dare. Where my soul's at, bruv. Okay. Chandelier is still down. The beasts are still... Oh god. What do I do here? Run away! Oh! Oh, please don't tell me No, it's locked! No! 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 No way in. No way out. Alright. Oh god. Oh god, no. Please no. Please God, no. Have mercy upon my soul. Dang. Those beasties. Back! Back, I say. Wow! Hit me through the door, that's cool. It's fine. No, it's fine. Alright, you know what? Going down. I missed. He also missed. This is very awkward. Ow. Die! Oh, you're still alive. Go away. The enemies have been dispatched. Get Bang! Bang, bang. And you are correct. Beasts don't like fire. They really don't. And when you hold a torch, they get all spooked. But not big ones. Big ones just go for you because they want to eat you. They want to consume you more than... What was that noise? If this door is locked, how the heck can I open it? And all the other door- what? Like, where do I go from here? I'm very lost. Oh. Nothing but nightmares here. Oh. You got that right. There's abomination after abomination. I'm not gonna question it. Cosmic Eye, nice. Okay. Very spooky. Another abomination? You've asked for it. Oh, it's a Skiggly Wiggly. Heck yeah. Gimme. Oh no, not this thing. That paralyzes you and eats your face off. No thanks. Big nope. Just so many spookies, yep. You right about that. Oh, look at all the- that's such a bait, but I'm going for it. Bait me all you want. Nope. No! No! He's getting in my face! No! Oh, he's eating my face. No! Oh god, he's sucking my brain out. No! No, that's my brain. I need that. I need that, man. Run! Restore my brain juices. No, I don't like you. No, no, he's gonna suck my brain juices out again. No, I need that. No, yum, 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 yum. Tasty, aren't they? Die! That's so gross. I don't approve. Imagine getting your brain sucked out by a alien sucker boy who's just like yum 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 yum. Your brain is tasty, tasty stuffs. Get out of there. Get off of there. You have no right. No right to access my brain juices. My question is, how do I get on the back? Aha! No, no, no. No! No, you stinky! There goes my brain. Yep, yep, eat up. Eat up, yum yum yum. You wanna have a good meal because my brain's not the best. I feel that. No. No. You're coming in my domain, bucko. Come on. Try me. Came in the wrong neighborhood. Orphanage key. You're going down. Bro! Stop sucking the brains out of the people. Stop it. No brain eating. Oh, sir. Now we can go out, I'm assuming. Yes. Yes. What do we got? Raise the pose. Make contact. This is one of the best poses ever. You wanna look oops. You wanna look glorious with me? Check this out. No, not personal effects, I want gestures. No, not personal effects, I want gestures. Gestures. Yes. Yours. Okay, we'll do... Eviction's pretty cool. We could switch the wave, I think. Make contact. Here we go. Yeah! Woo! Lovely. My brain is cat memes and just art. Yes. We got the pose. We got the one and only pose. That's epic. I'm glad. What? No way down? All that I've done for a super cool pose? Well, I guess I can't complain that much, but that can't be all that's here, right? The key. Oh wait, I got a key. That's right. I got the orphan. No, 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 no. I'm out. I'm out. Close the door. Nope. I'm gone. I'm out. Alright, let's open that door. Open with the orphanage key. Okay. So we were in an orphanage? It's even spookier. They sucked the brains out of all the orphans. Very spooky indeed. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, it's such a cool, like, vibe. This ultimate vibe. Frenzied cold blood. Closed by device. Where is it? There it is. Pretty. It is. Now, if it weren't for all the, creepy abominations outside. Stunning. That should be my moon variant. But it's a blood moon, so am I really my moon variant? Am I even more bloodlust than ever? Nope. You are not giving me a hug. What's this? Oh! This is a boss arena! No! Oh no. Did I burn them to death? I can. Burn! Burn! No, no, get over it. Alright, which one's the real one? Which one among you is the real one, huh? I think it's the one. Oh, it's the one back there. I think. I don't know, it's hard to tell. The one that's not attacking me. It's the one that's stepping back. I see you. I see you. You're spawning them. Yes, you are the one. You're the one. Back, I say. Back. Bruh. Back. What's he doing? Ah! Oh my god! Oh! Oh, oh no! No matter how many I kill, it doesn't matter. They just spawn right back. I need to focus on the big boy. Ow. Yeah, he's good at attacking. It doesn't help that I don't freaking run away. Run away. No, I can't leave. Oh shoot. He's so close to dying though. It's tempting, but I'm out of healings for frick's sake. Get the vial just when I get low. Alright, here we go. No, not you. I want to lock on the big guy. Burn! Burn him! Use the vial. Gah. Why is his head glowing? I'm out of flames. Burn him. Gah. I don't know how I did that with just 4 blood vials. Let's go. Achievement or trophy unlocked. Let's go. That was sick. Okay, so I wasn't expecting the boss fight that soon, but aliens have now entered the fray. It's scary, scary aliens, scary, very spooky. It was a somewhat easy boss fight. Like I was surprised at the low health pool and the 0 amount of ranged attacks. I thought I was gonna get ranged attack to heck, but nope. Supposedly, aliens can only do melee attacks. Take that, aliens. Interesting. Is there nothing up here? I guess not. So what was I even fighting for? You've come to the right place. Oh! Smash, smash! Yeah! I should go back though. As the next place to go, through the wall. To the window. To the wall. To the meow 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 meow. To the meow meow meow. Almost 5.5 hours, wowzers, yeah. Making me want to have a yandere mood, yes. Fun. Fun being bloodlusty.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
Cute. Cute. Alright, 65. We're almost at 70.
Farewell, good.
We're cracking through. Making our way downtown, walking, meow, meowing, meowing, meow. More blood vial farming, and then, And then meow meow meow, and then meow meow meow, and then meow 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 meow, and then meow 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 meow. You feel me? Alright. Oh, we gotta get the ball from... This town's finished! Your voice is finished. Kinda like your... I don't know, man. I have no fear anymore towards these guys. If you can one-shot them. I don't want your stinking shining coins. I want your vials of blood. I want your vials of blood. Nothing else will suffice. Ow. I want to do one more boss at least before I wrap up. So we will gather some vials and then do the thing. Do the thing-a-lang. Row, 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 row. I think I got an even better communion than the one I got. I think I got a 3rd tier communion. Probably gives even more blood vials. Yum yum yum. Tasty, tasty blood vials. Bang. Bang. Meow, meow, meow. Ow. Meow, meow, meow. And then I meow, meow, meow. Then I meow, 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 meow. Gosh dang. Why is the grind so obnoxious? Why is it so obnoxious? You know what? Maybe I can shortcut through it. Well, maybe I don't want to do that. I don't think I want to waste 10,000 blood echoes on just buying blood vials. That'd be too annoying. I'd rather get 4 every time. But it just takes so long. Grind up back to 24. I guess that's the cost of an arcane build, because obviously you want to use your blood bullets to save on your bullets. When you use your blood bullets, it takes some of your health away, so you always have to use a blood vial. Or not always, but you know, it risks death if you don't heal immediately after. And obviously that is a huge consumption of what you have. And that's why we need higher arcane, so that we can do more damage with less bullets, so that we don't have to use so many blood vials. That celebration though, I didn't mean to do that. And we're gonna get more bullets as well. While I'm here. 1 hit away anyway. Plus that rando might also give me some blood vials. I think so. So why not? It's worth it. This stone's finished. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ho. Gosh dang, this is literally the greatest game ever. I truly do wish it gets remastered. That would be so rad. I don't know how I'd feel about a sequel per se either, because I don't know. I just think it's beautiful. It's on its own. Like, I always found that sequels always took away from the original. Like, the original is like a masterpiece, and then the sequel just looks like feels like a tumor for the, you know, it just doesn't seem good or as good. Of course, there's a few exceptions, you know. There's always exceptions in every case. But I don't know. I don't know. Like, if anything, if they came out with a DLC, that'd be even more hype, I'd think. Just an extra Bloodborne DLC, that'd be sick. I'd love more content for OG Bloodborne, but obviously that's not going to be a thing. It's only a dream, or a hunter's dream, if you will. Oh. Like, some movie sequels aren't as good as the original. Exactly. Exactly. Excellent. Bang. You accursed beasts. We're almost there. Almost there. Ow. What's wrong with you? Why'd you do that to me? Not nice. Yum. 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 Then I yum yum yum, then I yum yum yum. Yum yum yum. Got one more pass around, should do it. Oh, the grind. It's necessary, but it makes for things to be more exciting, you know. I like the limited quantity of healing items, as weird as that is. Like Estus Flask, you just have an abundance of. But Blood Vials, like, it just gives that extra good feeling of, like, when you kill a foe and he has an item and he gives you Blood Vials, it's like, yeah, cool. I can continue my bloodlust spree a little longer. Just gives that good vibe. It's masterfully built for sure. Ooh. All right. Bang. Ow. How dare. You will regret that. You will regret that very much. Bro. Alright. Last kills, and now we go to the next boss. Question is... Actually, no, we don't go to the next boss. We'll go to that broken window we discovered, because I'm very curious. Aren't you curious of the mystery window? I sure am. A mystery, after all. Fascinating indeed. How many blood echoes do I need now for next level? 28,000. Oh, it's a bit rough, no? Yikes. Where's the... a Moonside Lake, is it? I don't think it is. Where's the boss arena for the aliens we just fought? Oh. It's definitely not this. Rom's boss arena. Rippin' Rom. Where is it? Where is it? Graveyard of the Dark Beast? No. Lumen Flower Gardens, that's it. Lumen flowers. Lumen being Latin for light. Bum 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 bum. Ah, gross. We landed on one of these things. Yuck. Call Beyond. Everyone, this is the second arcane thing. It creates a star explosion. Yes, you heard me right. That's not cool. I don't know what else is. Oh. Nope. Burn. Oh my god, that... wild. Wait. You want to see me demonstrate it? I think you do. I think you do. What the hell is that thing? Okay, first to kill all these abominations. What is that? Is that another boss fight? Oh no. Oh crap. I don't know if I'm ready for something like that. Who's this? Damien Amensis? Nah, I think I should just go in. Alright. We're gonna check out this winged creature. Altar of Despair? That's what this level's called. What? Holy crap. Oh no. Well, I did say I wanted to test this spell on someone, so... I suppose you are the perfect candidate for exactly that. Let's do it. I hope I'm... what's my level again? 65 arcane. I feel like I should be at least at 70. You got this. Thank you, Emma. Here we go. Do it. Is there gonna be a cutscene, or are you just gonna go ham on me? What are you? Don't you dare look at me. Why? What is it? I can lock onto it, so it's clearly an enemy. Okay, I'm using my Call Beyond. Screw it. Call Beyond! Did I not I didn't damage it! Okay, I fucked up. I fucked up. This thing's really scary. What is this? Oh god, that thing's hideous. Oh no. Mercy on my soul. Oh. Yes, rip into it. Oh, it's gross. Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it at all. What's it doing? I don't approve. Oh, okay, it gives frenzy. Oh. God. No. How the hell do I dodge that shit? She just fucking... God damn it. You stupid abomination. No, if I was level 70, I would have had her. Damn it. Curse my underleveling. Curse it to shit, man. God damn it. I wanted to get that first try. God damn it. No, the blood vial. I'm just buying blood vials. Fuck it. Sick of this shit. No way, I can't even buy them because I don't have my blood echoes. Gosh dang it. Do I have any items for it? No, of course I don't. Gosh dang it. A lot of damage. It was a lot of damage. When it starts doing its like tackle attacks, it's like, get off me, man. Lay off. Because the frenzy attacks I can handle. I can handle frenzy as atrocious and annoying as it is. I can even handle... Yeah, I can handle ranged attacks. But insta-kill tackle attacks? I was rolling like a mofo, too. What was I... Was I supposed to sprint away? What was I supposed to do there? I guess I was supposed to sprint away. It was not enough iframes, I guess. It's annoying. I'll trade, why not? Alright, we got full blood vials again. Rah! Then again, you know what? You know what happened? I think you know what messed us up? Is we used that star beyond thing on that creature while it was invincible, right? Do a dent in it. And that brought us down to only 10 bullets. Now that we have 24 bullets, I think we could just spam the ever-living crap out of it. I think we could obliterate it now. Because, it was absolutely my fault. So, let's keep going. Lumen Flower Gardens. We're pushing towards that altar of despair no matter what. The abomination's going down. I can't wait to do a zero death run in this game with Ludwig's Holy Sword. That's gonna be so good. Die, you abomination, perish. Oh, I just realized we're in the Great Cathedral. We're in the on the second floor of the Great Cathedral. I never would have guessed another boss fight is over here. Dude, seriously? Stop it. Stinky aliens. You think you aliens can protect your abomination down below? No, sir. I'm going for it. You're going down. I'm ready now more than ever. Perish! Alright. Time to kill this thing once and for all. It's going down. You! Abritus, daughter of the cosmos. Gonna be daughter of getting wrecked. Get wrecked! How do you like this, huh? Yes! Wrecked. Rip into it. Rip into that crud. No mercy. Oh god, what's that? What's happening? Oh god! Oh god! She literally used the thing I have. Ugh. Gotta be careful. God damn it, that instant killed Ram! I gotta up my vitality. Either got to the same fucking amount of health. God damn it. God damn it, though. It one-shots me. Why do I have this low amount of vitality? It's because I'm trying to get to level 70 arcane, but still, why am I so underleveled? I really gotta grind Blood Echoes and just... Like, the next time I stream Bloodborne, I'm level 69. I'm gonna be level, like, 90 the next time you see me. I'm just gonna grind the crap out of levels. Because honestly, this should be way more fun than what it currently is. I should be able to 6-shot this mofo. Also, I just realized I don't have enough bullets. So mad right now. Get off me, man! I'm trying to go back home now. I don't want anything to do with you. Stupid pain in the bum. I'm out. Facepalm. Why? Alright, where can I grind to wreck shite up? I don't really know, actually. It's hard to say, it's hard to say. I don't really know. Because I spammed the crap out of the Executioner's gloves. Why did it not work? It does so much damage too. Maybe I should try melee? I don't know. No. Man, if I had my Ludwig's Holy Sword, doing 1,000 damage per swing, that thing would be gonzo, dude. It would be gonzo to gonzo world. Maybe I could fight that abomination thing now? I don't know. Maybe? I don't know yet. I don't know what I can fight yet. Fight the abomination or to fight the alien thing. I don't really know. Hard to say. Hard to say for sure. And that is for sure. Don't know, I don't know. $65. 65 arcane. Should be enough. It should be. It's gotta be. It's just I run out. I run out and then I have to do my blood bullets because that's the only thing I have, right? And then as I'm like dicking about, you know, stabbing myself to get my blood bullets and healing myself, that takes like a good 4 seconds. And in a fight where that thing can ram me and one-shot me, every second obviously counts. So I really do think I need to be level 70 at minimum. Make that boss fight enjoyably fun. Because if I keep pushing myself, it's doable, but is it really worth dying a few times over? Not sure. Question is, where the heck do I get blood echoes now. Cause I ain't got none. I ain't got no blood echoes. So... We could go to the Chalice dungeons and have fun there. But... That's something I really want to do. What level is our weapon? Is our weapon +8? Let's see. I need 4 more bloodstone chunks. Sure. Really is hard to tell. Try the lecture building to see if I can farm some blood echoes quickly. Sarah, and how's Bloodborne going? We're kind of at a standstill because I'm at 2 bosses that I could potentially fight, or 3 bosses that I can potentially fight, but neither of them feel viable to me yet. I feel like I'm at an impasse until I can get higher levels than where I am now, which is a bother, unfortunately, but it is what it is. How are you doing, Saren? How's your night been? Hope it's been good. Deserve. The abomination there. Where's the classroom with all the marshmallow men? As silly as that sounds, I know it sounds very silly. Oh, here it is. Hello. Oh. Ow. Marshmallow man. No! Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. No, 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 please. I really need my blood echoes back at the boss. God. The range is that far. Look how far away I am from them. I got hit from them still. Guys, please. You've got to be kidding me. That's not bad. 15,000? How much did we need? We needed 28,000? Honestly, that's very doable. I could do this over and over for sure. Alright, fine. This will be our hunting ground for now. Just to get like a few levels hither and thither. But yes, I've been okay. Vortex causes my computer to nope out. Yeah, Vortex did that exact same exact thing to me for Skyrim. I don't know why. When I used other mod tools for Skyrim, it was okay, but then again, I did like throw in a bunch of stuff like the co-op Skyrim mod. That one's wild. And so yeah, lectern. So we could get 1 level every 2 pass-throughs. If you want to ideally get to 70, you'd have to do this 10 times. Probably even more. Probably like 15 just to average it out. I don't want to do that many times. I'm gonna level up like once or twice more, and then we'll get right onto it. Because obviously this isn't a grinding stream. This is just a Bloodborne stream. Now, there's all the abominations. Marshmallow men. All kinds of marshmallow men. What do they drop even? Oh, they drop bullets. Oh, that's a big bonus. I'll take that. We take those. Okay, which door it's in? Is it in this one? No, it's not a diagonal door. I remember to turn left instead of right. That is massive. Now we can level up once more. I think after leveling up, I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna try the boss again. Don't know if I'm gonna be beating myself up over this, but we will see. Also, I gotta check my runes real quick. I forgot what I have. Communion, highest communion. I didn't even get this communion in my first playthrough. I always had a communion with +3 vials. There's a +4 vials communion, which is massive. That's huge. Nice. Alright. I have like 48 mods on it right now, so I shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, true. True dat, Saren.
What is it? Very
Drifted
lovely.
off, cute. 66 arcane gained. I really hope we could do this. I know adding an extra level doesn't do too much. It's all like collective. But I like to think that, you know, it's very doable. We shall see. Definitely, if you try a pure arcane build, I definitely recommend way more grinding. Definitely aim to get that arcane at level 99 as soon as possible. That is absolutely the way to go. Like, imagine going to this boss with 99 arcane. You would two-shot it. You would, like, literally two-shot it. It'd be so sick to do that. But alas, we gotta do it a bit more of the unconventional way for stream purposes. That's just how things are. In the entertainment world. Miyako, welcome in. The lovely Miyako is here. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. How have you been? We're about to kill an abomination. And I'm not talking about these abominations. No, no, no. I'm talking about the abomination. I am very well. That's great to hear. Fantastic to hear. I am glad you are well. Alright, we're gonna spam arcane against this abomination. I hope you enjoy. Bam! 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 I don't know why I haven't broke its poise yet, but that's fine with me, sure. Don't charge at me. That would have killed me. Oh my god. No! Do it! Oh my god, it was charging at me to kill me! That would have killed me! I was like back here. I had my back against the wall and it was charging me. If I tried to dodge left, wouldn't have been enough. There was a rock right here. Tried to dodge right. I mean, the boss was massive. It would have crushed me regardless. Not enough room. I would have been dead. Holy crud. Let's go. That was sick. Now that was the kind of performance I was aiming for. Now what is this thing was praying towards? Inspect? God, it looks like Rom's cousin. He has that creepy mouth and everything. Jesus. Reminiscent of insect. You're in the know, right? I don't know. I'm not caught up on my abominations. My eldritch. Okay. Cool. Treat false god with care. Okay, so what do? Do I touch the spooky bug? I'll touch the spooky bug. Touch. Do nothing. I can't do anything to the spooky bug. So I suppose I will depart. Goodbye. GG's. That was sweet. That was good. Ah, I felt way better on that one. Even without that like thing where I stunned them and like ripped and teared. I think it was great. It was great. I think what happened was it's immortal on his body. That's why I wasn't doing any damage to it at first. So when I actually started aiming towards the head, I think I got more damage output. So that's good. We still need bullets. Alright, final boss of the night. We'll get some bullets, then we're fighting that boss. I'll do one go round and then I'll buy the rest of the bullets because I can't be fricked. I can't be fricked. This has been good. I've been very much enjoying myself. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Whoop. Obliterated sun. This town's finished. Bang. Same here, 'tis a very comfy time. Oh, I'm glad. Glad you think so. Whoa, 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 whoa. Roll, 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 roll. Yoink. Those 4 bullets are mine, all mine. Wee. Right, time to buy the rest of them. Time to buy the rest. Time to return to that abomination. I seriously... 19? Okay, I guess I gotta do it one more time. Rah! That moment when they're bumping up the prices of the bullets. Why? I need them. I need them for my arcane zappy zap magics. My blat blaps. My rat blap blaps. Don't you understand the importance? Alas. Will I ever be understood? Meow 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 meow. At least we're like banking in on a bunch of blood vials now. Yeah, you done goofed. You bonk me, you're just gonna get double thwacked. Ow! Okay. I've had enough of you. You bothered me for the last time. We're just never understood, hair flip. No one understands me. Never understands us. Ever. They don't understand. Hair flip, hair flip. If this is pure arcane, where's Caitlyn? What do you mean Caitlyn? Who's Caitlyn? This is Executioner's Gloves and other stuff. Yeah. Arcane, the League of Legends anime. Oh. I'm unfamiliar, I'm sorry. I was like, Caitlyn, is that an arcane weapon? I didn't... I'm a doofus. I apologize for my doofusness. Aegis! Aegis Raid! Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Calico, Civil, Fortissimo, Antirex, Procy, Charmy, Aegis, of course, the Blondie boy. Blonde team for life. Welcome, Raiders. I appreciate you. You're just in time. We're about to finish off tonight with a final boss fight. And I hope I can do well. Because otherwise, I'd be a stinky stink. A stinky stinker. How are you doing, Aegis? I'll give you a shout out in a second. I'm currently being chased by evil dogs. I'm very frightened, as you can well imagine. Good luck, you got this. Thank you, Aegis. Okay, I think we're okay. Did they leave me alone? Okay. We're doing a pure arcane build, which is a very fun build. Very difficult to master, though. Caitlin is a British police sniper who is very hot and gay. Nice. Pretty good. Alright, Aegis, you get your shout out. Let's see what game you were playing. No, I almost wrote SP, not SO. Raw. There we go. You were playing music. You were playing music? You were singing? That's rad. Heck yeah. Big ups. How was your stream? Did it all go according to plan, or were there... I don't know. Was there anything that surprised you about your stream? Don't mind the abominations. We're getting rid of them. Oh god, no! Okay, he's just... No, that's fine. We've been consumed by the skeleton heads. They're skulls, Verdant, you dummy. Or they're skeleton heads. Yes, I was singing, then Apex, then a bit more singing. That sounds delightful. Your singing voice, I truly... It's goals, let's just say that. I wish I could sing as magnificently as you. Yeah. And for the new viewers here, my name is Verdant Paladin. I am a Paladin of the Sun. I was a variety streamer, so I play a variety of games. Tonight I'm playing Bloodborne. Previously during this stream we were actually doing a reading stream of H.P. Lovecraft stories. And that was really fun. I was like, well, Bloodborne's inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, so let's rock and roll and play some Bloodborne. Here we are. We're about to fight some abominations. I'm very excited. Oh wait, wrong way. We're still going the wrong way. Where am I going? I'm being a dummy! I'm being a big stupid dummy! Look at that abomination we're fighting. There's no way! But yes, it's nice to meet you all. I'm very glad everyone's here. Hope you have a delightful time. We're slaughtering these wenches because they launch fireballs at you and they're very mean and inconsiderate. They have no honor, and so we're destroying them. I don't know why they would support an abomination like whatever's below, but here we are. You do you, I suppose. Hey, Oakdiv, welcome in. You're doing well? Oh no, he's gonna drop corpses on us. This is gonna be yucky. Get ready. Get ready for the corpses. Ew. Ew. Yucky. Ah! It's also... Ouch. Big ouchies. Right. Now it's time to finally damage you. Raw! Did I do no damage? What happened? What is this madness, man? I am doing nothing. What is this damage? Alright, you know what? We're doing a call beyond. A call beyond. He flattened me. Why am I so poo-poo? That was 0 damage, dude. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going bolt paper. I'm just going melee mode. I'm going in. Pain Pecco. That was insane damage though from Call Beyond. Was it? I didn't even see. Did it actually do a lot of damage? Oh crud. It does use like 10 bullets, so it is very costly. Did 1/3 of its health? I did? Oh man. Okay, maybe I'll do that once. I'll do that once and then I'll go bolt paper. Also tempted. Can you piss off, dude? You're not even supposed to be here. Go away. Yo, go away. I'm already dealing with enough BS, my man. Alright. We're gonna do bolt paper, because that destroys abominations. And I'll re-equip my ash, because I might use my flamethrower for funsies. 1/3, 1/4. Okay, so we'll do it once. We'll do a Call Beyond once. And then like we'll do that as a starter. And then I'll just bolt paper up. I'll whack him a few times. If bolt paper does minimal damage, then we'll swap to our flamethrower. We'll infuse it with ash so it does even more flame damage. And flamethrower is pretty good. It does like 450 per barrage, which is not bad. But it does also use bullets, which I am out of. Did you stop blood spamming me, my man? No. Stop it. Let me go to the abomination boss. Go away. That means I have to kill the old ladies again. Ow! Dude. Not cool, man. Alright, we will try a Call Beyond and pray. Okay. That's fine. Can you not? He's just launching shit at me. Stop it, man. I'm going in. Frick off. 1200, not bad. Not as much as I would like, but not bad. Okay. We're doing bolt paper then. Switching to bolt paper play. We're killing the old ladies first. Did they have to put so many old ladies? I mean, come on. 6 old ladies? Alright. It's fine. We'll massacre some old geezers. It's fine. I didn't want to shoot. Stop it. Bad. Very bad. Bang! Alright. Nice. Alright, we'll do 5 more bullets just in case we want to do... Okay, so it takes 8 for a Call Beyond. That's actually tempting. Oh, I can't put bolt paper because I have a fire gem on. Oh, crud. Alright, I guess we're just going ham. 180 damage. That's kind of poo-poo, dude. That's poo-poo up the wazoo. Doesn't help that he's dumping a bunch of crap on me, too, on top of that. It's kind of cool that he's just letting me do this. Let's just roll with it. Ow! Okay, let's try Executioner's Gloves one more time. Maybe I wasn't aiming at the right thing. No, it just doesn't do any damage. Okay, that's fine. No. Meow 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 meow. This is really gross. And I'm like up close and personal with it. That's icky. I don't know what he just did, but sounds like he buffed. I don't like that. Sometimes you just gotta do things the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way is actually how I roll. Dang. Maybe immune to the damage type? Maybe, but I don't know. Based on like the arcane build that I read, they say that while he is resistant to arcane damage, you could still easily like four-shot him. Apparently with the Executioner's gloves, which clearly not. It's a 200. I don't know if they patched it or what, but there's a doo-doo platter. We're gonna touch the cage head guy. And, leave. We will depart. Now we got some marshmallow guys to kill, which is pretty cool. I'll kill some marshmallow mofos. Some marshmallow boys! Get 'em! Whack, whack. You did very well though. Thank you, Miyako. I'm really happy with the progress we made. Can't wait to do a zero death run in this game because arcane build is not really my thing. It's cool, but I really love Ludwig's Holy Sword in this game. That sword is so scrumptious. Let me see if I can equip it or not. Probably can't, but I'll give it my best shot. I don't even have it because I didn't buy it. Oops. Because I don't have it. But it's a long sword. Because every Bloodborne weapon can transform, which is very sexy and awesome. And Ludwig's Holy Sword is a long sword that has a sheath where if you put in the sheath, it turns into a great sword. It has that duality. It's also a gun. Excellent Ruby reference. But yes. There actually is a lot of weapons that do transform into something like that, yes. Transforming weapons are the best. So awesome. I like them a lot. Hello, sir. You ready to get wrecked? Wow, never mind. I'm the one who's gonna get wrecked. Give me a second, sir. I'm gonna see. Ah! Okay, he's not giving me any seconds. That's fine. Executioner's gloves. That also does nothing. Okay, I am utterly poo-poo. Pee-pee poo-poo. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. We'll go heal later. Seems tankier than the boss you faced. Yeah, it's just probably because he's immune to fire damage. And since I have a flame gem, you do very little. Maybe I should switch to bolt. Thinking I'm switching to bolt instead of fire. I know not. I know not what I should do. But knowing is half the battle.
Welcome home. What is it? Very
What is up with this Nakey guy? What the heck? What the heck? Okay. That was weird. Anyway, we won't question these things. We won't question them. We're almost at level 69 arcane. Okay, we gotta end it at 69 arcane. Alright. No buts about it. So we're gonna go back to the lectern building, get a few more souls. I mean, level 69 arcane. Yes. This is what will happen. Nice. So we gotta kill some marshmallow men. And we will wrap up. Bloodborne's really addicting. I really need to stop. Gosh dang it. I'm always like, one more boss. One more boss. How dare it. How dare it. How dare it absorb me. Get your marshmallowy goodness off of me. No. I really should use the moon rune. I can get even more runes per kill. Just look how many souls they give. It's very much yum yum. Very much yum yum. Oops, I did not mean to bow, but it was nice anyway. Got all my bullets back just like that. Means you enjoy it. True, it's true. I also enjoy being with you guys. My favorite time of the entire week. So there's that as well, I suppose. Alright. Let's get to 20 vitality. Let's get to... I want to get to 70 arcane, but we'll stop the stream at 69 arcane. And then the next time I stream, you'll probably see me at like 90 arcane or 80 arcane, depending on which I grind. 69 arcane! Let's go! We've done it. 69 arcane. I want to test the Call Beyond on people one more time. Let's test it on people. What would be a good test subject, I wonder? I know not. You know what? Let's use it on those guys. Ah, shucks. Wow. Oh. Oh. Ludwig's Holy Blade. My weapon. My weapon right there. Alright, let's burn. Not burn, but burning would be fun too. Let's blast all these marshmallow men into the Shadow Realm, shall we? Come on, marshmallow men. Come, come, come. Come, come, come. Alright, let's gather them up. Gather up all their marshmallowy goodness. I say is it's the most putrid sounding stuff ever. Alright. And then we do Call Beyond! Oh! Oh! Obliterated! Absolutely dominated. That was beautiful. Amazing. Simply amazing. God bless. Alright. Wowzers. Wowzers is right. Absolute wowzers. I am thrilled. I am in complete and utter jubilation. Yes. Jubilation. Alright. I really should end it here, I suppose. Even though I really want to keep going. I really want to keep going with you guys because I love you. And I want to be with you. I will stop. I will stop. Because the addiction is real. The Bloodborne addiction is real. Yeah, so big ups. We're gonna raid someone, so do stick around. And today is a big week. Tomorrow, Thursday, we are going to be continuing our Stardew Valley co-op playthrough stream with the wonderful and marvelous and delightful Twilight Serendipity. On Friday, we will be continuing our co-op Code Vein playthrough with the marvelous and beautiful Picture Faye. And on Saturday, I will be continuing my Lovecraftian reading of Shadow over Innsmouth, as well as more Bloodborne. So if you like this stream, definitely check out that stream then. And on Sunday, I will be streaming Elden Ring with the lovely and beautiful and, yeah, Katharina game. We have a lot of awesome stuff in store. Very exciting indeed. So, yes, without further ado, I suppose I shall check who we can raid. Yay! 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 Yay, 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 yay. Going to be so much fun. It is. Absolutely go follow Saren, because we're going to be streaming both of our perspectives. It's going to be a grand old time. Lots of great people are streaming tonight. We have Mono, who's obviously continuing his crazy uncapped subathon. Raichu, Baka, Tokiko, and Itsune. Quite a selection. I think we're gonna do Ray 2, depending on... Oh, she's wrapping up, I think. Okay. Alright. So in that case, we're gonna do Baka. Baka? Or it's hard to choose. I can't choose. Oh. Thank you for stream, Verd. I hope you get some good rest and have sweet dreams. It's going to be so much fun. Yes. He's got half an hour left? Really? He's almost there? Nice. Crazy mono. That mad lad. Yes. We're gonna raid Waka. No, I really want to also raid Mono. Gosh dang it. If only there was a multi-raid option, but alas, there's not. We're gonna raid Baka. I have not raided Baka some time, I don't think. My brain is numb, I'm sorry. Yes. We shall raid the Baka. But yes, it's a paladin raid, so yeah, do declare that or spam hearts, whatever you'd like, and enjoy yourself. Baka is very comfy. But yes, that will be all for tonight. I will see you tomorrow in our amazing collab stream. Bye guys, love you, bye bye, bye bye.